So, are you prepared?
Yes.
Janek? Good morning, everybody. My name is Petra Loučová. Me and Dr. Jan Olášek as organizers would like to welcome and thank all of you for joining our conference, Central and Eastern European Samizdat during the Cold War, Comparative and Transnational Perspectives. Unfortunately, we meet still in the online environment. If there was no COVID pandemic, we would probably meet in Prague at the Institute of Czech Literature of the Czech Academy of Sciences, or in Warsaw at the Institute of Political Studies of the Polish Academy of Sciences, because these two institutions, including the platform of Czech Literary Bibliography, are the organizers of this event. In spite of this complicated online form, we are convinced that we who are interested in the Samizdat topic will create a friendly space and atmospheres in the next 2 days, and the space for getting to know each other, sharing our outputs and ideas, and for fruitful discussion too. And now we are happy to have two important people here who came, or better said, they connected to support us. And first, I would like to ask Dr. Petr Šámal, the director of the Institute of the Czech Literature, for a few introductory words.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, dear friends. Can you hear me? Can you see me without problem? Okay. It's my great pleasure and honor to open this international and interdisciplinary meeting. When I look at the agenda of this conference, I was really pleased that not only the views on Samizdat in different Central and Eastern European countries would be presented here, but this topic would be analyzed from the perspective of various disciplines, such as the history of ideas, literary criticism, media studies, or this afternoon, digital humanities. From my point of view, this methodological diversity is of the utmost importance. The topic of Samizdat and unofficial literature has had a long tradition in the Institute of Czech Literature. Our Samizdat research started in 2014 and has continued to this day. After all, I'm sorry, it is the topic of my own research at the present. However, it is not only the large dictionary Czech literary Samizdat, which was written by the members of our lexicography department, and which some of you probably know. There are also our bibliographers who started the description of the Czech unofficial journals in 2016, and to date, there are more than 15,000 items in our digital database. I'm very pleased indeed that the research of Samizdat literature has also created a basis for the ICL's international cooperation. We have participated in the Horizon 2020 application, in the COST project, Net for Dissent, and we have had a mobility project with the Institute of Literary Research of the Polish Academy of Sciences. The current conference is a proof that this international cooperation still continues. And I want to thank the Institute of Political Studies for this partnership. Dear colleagues, I'm really glad that after the dictionary Czech Literary Samizdat, after the reader Samizdat Past and Present, edited by Tomáš Glant and published by the ICL, there now comes the opportunity to look at the topic of Samizdat in a broader, more comparative and transnational perspective. I'm very happy with this new direction of Samizdat research, and I look forward to listening to your lectures. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Petr. And now comes the introductory word by Professor Piotr Osenka, the Deputy Director of the Institute of Political Studies of the Polish Academy of Sciences.
Yes, hello everyone, dear distinguished guests, dear colleagues, dear friends. That's my great honor, great pleasure, and actually great privilege to welcome you here at the conference on history of Cold War era Samizdat on behalf of the Institute of Political Studies. And well, I'm especially also delighted to be part of participate in conference opening along with our Czech friends from peer, so to speak, twin Institute of Czech Academy of Sciences. So serdecznie witamy. And as for the topic of the conference, I'm historian myself, and I reckon that's probably for every historian of contemporary period, no matter what actually he or she analyze, a bit political history, social history, intellectual history, military history, even gender history. The Samizdat is one of the most important primary resources, along with archival documents we all come across. Sooner or later, we end up with our research trying to read those terribly vague letters of bibliographic newspapers. So this is our daily bread, so to speak. And I can't help but to share some reflection on this occasion, because I was wondering what would have happened if someday, God forbid, the dictatorship, some sort of dictatorship, had come again to this part of Europe, and if Iron Curtain would have been reinstated on some day, and some autocratic regime suppressing freedom of speech and human rights would have been established. And what if? I think basically everything would be to much extent similar as in the past. So I think we would draw on the past experience, you know, the well-known patterns of disobedience, of dissent, of power of powerless, non-violence, political culture, and we would fall back to the very similar, so to speak, collusions and ways of plotting against the oppressive state. But one thing would certainly be different. There would be no more Samizdat, because I think the Samizdat, for a technological reason, it entirely belongs to the past. So we wouldn't have been using Samizdat anymore, because of there is internet right now. We live in digital realm, so we can use digital tools to research and to analyze Samizdat. But Samizdat is close, so to speak. The history of Samizdat is a closed chapter, and it's well, because it's a closed chapter, it's not embroiled in the current political realm, in the current political strifes, conflicts, and so on. So it lends especially well itself to be analyzed and as an object of research, because it Samizdat, history of Samizdat in which got its heyday in second half of the 20th century Europe, especially Central and Eastern Europe. It enabled us to trace some similarities and to draw parallels between different countries of the former Soviet bloc, of I guess you know, finding common denominator of political culture, and actually looking for what was common, what was shared in this patterns of decent political culture in communist era Europe. Dear colleagues, I wish you very fruitful and inspiring conference and debate. Actually, I got no doubt that this conference would be very interesting, and it would constitute an important intellectual event in our research of the 20th century history. Thank you very much, and I guess I hand over to organizers.
Thank you very much for your time and nice speech, and we hope you will join us during the conference. probably. Before we start, let us also tell you a few words. I first met Jan in Vienna in 2018, and we soon realized that we have many common research interests in the field of Samizdat studies. And what needs to be said here is that meeting in Austria was a great opportunity that we were given at that time and few times later at other different places within the excellent cost action NEP for Dissent, which means New Exploratory Phase in research on East European cultures of dissent. And the conference is also held under the auspices of this action. During our meetings, we also realized that how many blank spots and misunderstandings we have in our knowledge in the different Samizdat realities, and how is the topic under research in the sense of comparative aspects. You have probably noticed the strange logo on the first page of the conference program. This was the logo of the independent initiative Polish-Czechoslovak Solidarity from the 1980s, which among other activities published its own Samizdat journals in both countries. We use this logo as an obvious symbol of this need to collaborate in our research, which can later drive us to the interesting comparative perspectives. And just a side note, for example, it's not so long when the H2020 Courage project presented us how important it is just to share the basic information and data about the collections and archives of culture opposition in the former socialist countries around the world. The initiative Polish-Czechoslovak Solidarity also reminds us that transnational cooperations, transfers of texts, technologies, money, or scientific knowledge were possible and probably much more widespread before 1989 than we expected. And it does not mean only within the East Central Europe, but also as a part of East-West relations. The phenomenon of Samizdat is already getting better studied on the level of individual social countries, but research on international aspects of this problem still needs to be deepened. Of course, we should mention some exceptions, as for example, the volume Samizdat, Tamizdat and Beyond, Transnational Media During and After Socialism, edited by Friederike Kinkovac and Jesse Labov from the year 2013, which started with the Closing the Gap. Moreover, comparative and transnational orientated research could be supported by current technological innovation. Some of the projects or methods show us how useful could be the digital tools for our Samizdat research, how could broaden our horizons, or for us to ask ourselves the new research questions which we haven't asked before. And sometimes the hard data and quantitative analysis may confirm or refute our former assumptions. Let me give you the example. The Czech Literary Bibliography in our institute creates the large data set of Samizdat bibliography, including the bibliography of the Polonika in Czech Samizdat, and these data are open to everybody to use and interpret, and will be published in the Czech-Polish cooperation in the huge Czech-Polish literary bibliography database named Libri. So, all these thoughts and considerations led us to the idea of this small conference. Our goal is to bring us together and think about the current and future research possibilities of studying Samizdat and try to explore the innovative reflections on this phenomenon from the comparative and transnational view and in the context of digital humanities. Then we can learn that there is still something new, what we do not know about Samizdat. Now, Janek, would you like to add something or turn your microphone on, please?
Now I can only say thank you to Petra for great cooperation and for true, she is the main organizer of it, and a big part of work in this conference was her. Thank you, Petra.
Thank you, Janek. And here comes also some practical information. We hope that each presentation would be not longer than 15 or 20 minutes, because we would like to have enough time for discussion after each paper, which seems to us quite very important. And the last question is that I have to ask you as participants, if you don't mind that the conference is publicly streamed on YouTube and the recording will be saved there too. Is it okay? Fine, thank you very much. And now Piotr Wciślik, if it's still here with us, the floor is yours, and the first session can start. And once again, sorry for the problems at the beginning.
Okay, thank you to both organizers for bringing us together. My name is Piotr Wciślik. I will be doing the honors in this first session, since the organizers decided to have each paper discussed one by one. I will also introduce the speakers in this vein. So for the first presentation, we have here with us Miklos Aaron Shushkoy, sorry, who is author of a groundbreaking paper on Samizdat and the typosphere, which I'm sure everybody who is researching on Samizdat knows. But besides that, he has been participating in many local and EU level initiatives regarding this research on media in East and Central Europe. He has traveled extensively. He held a position in Hong Kong, and he's currently a professor at the University of Copenhagen in the Department of Communication. So without further ado, Miklos, floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Piotr. I really appreciate the opportunity of being here, especially Petra and Jan for the organization. It's a great feeling to be among fellow Samizdat enthusiasts. I really like this. I appreciate the opportunity. Sorry, I waited for this. And it's especially a great opportunity to be among fellow Central and Eastern European media scholars, literary scholars, political scientists, and social researchers. Can you see my slides now? I shared them. Can you see the slides?
Not really, you have to go.
I shared them now. You cannot see?
No.
You know, we see your slides as a participant of the conference, and now we don't see it any.
So I go to the window.
First, you put your slideshow on.
Yes, it is on.
Okay, then you have to go back to the press Windows D, go back to the tab where you have the session opened.
Yes.
Go click on present.
Yep.
Yeah, choose window. Choose slideshow.
Yep. And share.
And here we go.
Can you see it now?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Bingo.
Thank you very much. Bingo. So the title of the paper is Samizdat Censorship and Print Culture, Longue Durée, Comparative European Perspectives. And now I try to actually change the slides, and it goes well. I would like to remind ourselves that the original title of this conference that Jan sent me many months ago, before COVID, was that Samizdat as a transitional phenomenon. Transfer of texts, ideas, technologies, and money. And from this menu, I would like to focus on ideas and technology, basically, and look at the development of Samizdat from a larger European perspective on printing culture, book culture, and journal culture. In other words, this is a paper or presentation which interprets Samizdat in terms of print culture. So I will not focus on music or art or Magnetisdat or other genres and media, but more print. But I would like to do this at looking at long duration printing and book and journal culture, and also the long-term 200 years of 2 centuries long fight of the independent press against censorship since Gutenberg time. So I would like to see Samizdat as a late Central and East European branch of European print culture that actually roots in the Gutenberg era, in Gutenberg invention, and the European Enlightenment. And there is a lot of literature, of course, about the latter. So one goal that I would like to do in this presentation is actually to relate these 2 bodies of literature, academic Samizdat studies to historical literature on European print culture, book culture, and censorship. And now our conference is about comparative perspectives. So in terms of comparison, this argument would run that there are similar processes in our Central and East European Cold War period from the 60s up to the 80s, and European history, both West and East, in earlier periods, since basically the 17th century. As a starting point, I would like to use Hungary as a case and just list a few Hungarian Samizdats. This is not the major part of the presentation, but just to give some empirical foundation of the argument, I would like to mention some key Samizdats from Hungary. One handwritten Samizdat was the diary, Napló in Hungarian, for 5 years, initiated by a writer, Mihály Kornis. It was a handwritten collective diary, kind of a logbook, involving a large group, 100 authors, and it was a collective diary in which 3 copies were distributed in networks by artists and intellectuals and writers. It was kind of a collective diary of the 1970s. In the same year, 1977, 2 majors the first Samizdats came out, both typewritten. So the first was handwritten. The second and third are typewritten. Marx in the 4th decade. It's a large review among social scientists and literary colleagues about Marx in the 1970s, especially written by former students of Georg Lukács and children and grandchildren, theoretical conceptual grandchildren of Lukács, and face what Marx means back then. And another major typewritten Samizdat was Profile, a collection of writings refused by communist censorship. This is a very large volume, 800 plus pages, a major thing indeed. As a teenager, I actually saw the Marx in the 4th decade typewritten Samizdat. A later development in terms of technological development was characterized by mimeographs, stencils, Beszélő, the #1 Samizdat journal in Hungary, means in English speaker, but also this particular opportunity for prisoners to speak, to communicate with family members within a certain period. So it's a playful double name. It was a key Samizdat journal. I don't go through all the details in the slides for lack of time. Another mimeographed journal was A.B. Herald, published by the former mayor of Budapest, Gábor Demszky, former meaning 1990s. It was a more news-oriented mimeographed paper. And Demokrata was yet another mimeographed Samizdat journal. It was a more pronouncedly anti-communist, pro-democracy, pro-capitalist paper. I was, as a university student, I was a feverish reader of all these 3 Samizdat newspapers in the 1980s. To step further, print came in to serve as a technology of Hungarian Samizdat. The most important publisher among many others was AB, independent publisher, that mostly published political books using more advanced printing technologies. And of course, Samizdat in Paris, but München, Bern in Switzerland, and in other towns also used offset printing, contemporary printing. And finally, some Samizdat was produced in Xerox. For example, the Bibosch Festschrift, which became the most influential political theoretical work, another huge volume using 76 chapters commemorating István Bibó, a political theorist and state minister in the 1956 revolutionary government. It had probably, as I understand, several versions, both print. My own copy was actually Xeroxed. I had a big question in the 1980s when I was a student and I was a reader of Samizdat, and I went to the librarian of my university who brought me back to these stacks and sold these shabby looking, poorly produced papers, you know, with this thick yellowish paper with brown spots and the black letters like a P would be black in the beginning in that little circle of the P, really poor quality, shabby papers. And my question was that, how is it possible that these, you know, paper salads, this very low quality production could be influential when we face such a powerful communist propaganda system, the whole party state, the police, the military, the security, the intelligence apparatus, the whole Red Army occupying Hungary, the whole Warsaw Pact occupying Czechoslovakia and Poland and the whole region. How could we use these very, very small scale, poor, shabby publications against the realpolitik of the Yalta system, the division of Europe, and actually reaching world political dimensions? So now, like 40 years later, the answer, I think, lies in printing culture, the magic of printing, what recording of writing means, and distribution and production of print and other recorded material means. And here, I would like to leave the Hungarian case behind and generalize an argument, saying that the technological development of Hungarian and probably other Samizdats in the region went through certain stages, from handwriting to typewriting to mimeographs, silk printing, then offset printing, and then probably to Xeroxing. There, I have a lot of text on my slides, and I don't want to be too long, so basically I'll just highlight a few things. We should remember that writing is a technology. Walter Ong, the medium theorist, American medium theorist, says is technologizing the word. The orality to writing is a major step. Scribbling with pen on paper means that we make our oral verbal discourses durable for a long time. We objectify text, which is frozen in time, which is transportable. I can put text to my pocket and it's reproducible. So when we look at Samizdat and printing culture, we should remember that printing actually is based on letters and alphabetical writing in the West. And it means that just like codices in the European Middle Ages were a model for Gutenberg's print. When he printed the Bible, he actually copied some of the codices from the scribbling period, the handwritten copy period in the European Middle Ages. So printing and digital textual communication is based on just writing, actually handwriting. And as we saw in the Hungarian case, the first Samizdat actually was a handwritten Samizdat in Hungary. Then the next stage is typewriters. I would like to argue that typewriter is not just the usual office technology that we think of, but if we think deeply of a typewriter as a machine, it actually uses metal types. And when we use a typewriter like clack, 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 we actually type. We type by letter by letter. We don't put together the whole case of letters as Gutenberg did, but even as the name of the typewriter shows, we write by type. So actually, it's a type machine, it's a printing machine, except that we don't print simultaneously, but we print longitudinally, letter by letter. So typewriters with movable types are actually part of European printing history that started with Gutenberg's movable metal types. if we remove the ink ribbon from the typewriter, one can produce many thin paper copies with indigo paper in between them. And this is what Samizdat producers did in the Soviet Union and Hungary and in early parts of Samizdat production in several countries. So typewriters are small and they are slow, like slow printers, and they are easy to have and hide. And that's why communist authorities couldn't confiscate them as they would have done with larger printing machines, except some periods like underground solidarity in the 80s in Poland. How dangerous and powerful instruments typewriters are is shown by the case of Romania under Ceausescu, where you had to register all typewriters at Securitate, so the intelligence agency can actually identify the typography of each and every typewriter in the country, just like URL would be identified today. I don't see the participants. I only see my slides. Can you hear me well? Yes?
Yes, perfectly.
Yes.
Perfectly well.
So I would like to speed up. Thanks for the feedback. Mimeographs, stencil duplicators were the major form of producing Samizdat in Hungary. They are either mechanical, hand-operated, or electric multiplying devices that can produce hundreds of copies in a short time. I go into the details of how a wax sheet stencil is used with typewriter, but there's no time to go to the details. Another version is silk scene printing, Ramka, the famous Ramka from Poland, which uses a silk on a wooden frame for producing Samizdat. Again, this is part of European print culture. It's part of not only of a Central European Cold War period, but could be seen in the longer run European print culture. And the same thing with offset printing in underground solidarity in the 80s. I remember I was in a party in Warsaw in the 1980s in one of the blockhouse areas, socialist blockhouse areas, and went to the parties, went to the bathroom, and then there was a machine in the bathroom in the bathtub. So I asked the host of the party what that was. You don't take showers, you don't use the bathtub here, there's this machine, what's this? And she told me, well, that's a printing machine. I asked, printing machine for what? So she said it was actually for printing Tygodnik Mazowsze, one of the central daily newspaper, one of the central newspapers of illegal solidarity. So there were large-scale, real printing machines in Poland at that time, but probably Poland was the only country where large-scale printing was used. And Xeroxing was the almost simultaneous modern contemporary 20th century technology used for Samizdat, which remains relevant in the digital age. So when I go and print papers for this presentation, I use the copy machine in the office. So Xeroxing, copying digitally is relevant today. So the argument is that it seems that Samizdat may repeat some stages from European printing history, like in a fast-forward mood in a couple of decades, from scribbling, handwritten codices, like in the European Middle Ages, through movable types, Gutenberg's invention, like stencil, mimeographs, silk printing, up to offset printing and Xeroxing, which invites us to think that maybe European historical literature on print culture and book culture could be actually relevant in interpreting Samizdat history. So it opens up comparative, longitudinal perspectives on Samizdat in terms of Western European and Eastern Europe, longer-term perspectives. And here I would like to argue that particularly two bodies of literature could be relevant. At least I find them relevant, telling, and meaningful for the analysis and interpretation of Samizdat. One is history of the book, the Histoire de Livre, the Annales School approach by, for example, the most important influential book by Lucien Febvre and Henri Jean Martin, The Coming of the Book, The Impact of Printing, 1450, 1800. The book came out in 58. It's a major book that looks at how printing develops from Gutenberg through Germany, France, Italy, the UK, to Eastern Europe and Southern Europe. And it looks at technological, commercial, and aesthetic innovations, how they relate to transmission of ideas in terms of book production, book distribution, but also the other way around, the impact of book and printing on the Enlightenment, spread of Enlightenment ideas and Protestantism ideas.
Sorry, Miklos, we need to wrap up.
I wrap up the impact of print, like an American medium theory tradition from McLuhan, Walter Ong, Elizabeth Eisenstein, Robert Darnton, could also be another body of literature, another tradition meaningful for the interpretation of Samizdat. So the argument could be that Samizdat can be seen as a late and perhaps specific branch of European print culture that shares common traits with earlier periods under the specific conditions and developments of Central European and East European Communist Party states. Systematic censorship survived from the Habsburg monarchy, imperial times, through the interwar period up to the communist period. Therefore, many processes in terms of printing and publications remained relevant in Central and Eastern Europe, but had been relevant centuries before in Western Europe and also Eastern Europe proper. So perhaps I would just like to look at the final slide and with all respect, respectfully disagree with what Piotr Oseka said in his second introduction to this conference. He said that Samizdat may be the thing of the past only. It's a closed chapter of media history. I would like to say that in Hungary, there is a new censorship, a new Samizdat movement. It's called Nyomtas Te is, You Also Print, and it's a decentralized printing activism network against the Orban regime, the autocratic Orban regime. And the idea is that, especially in small villages, small towns, where people don't have either access to the internet or the literacy and digital skills or the cognitive skills to read online independent media, a small editorial board actually makes the argument of articles simpler and publishes them as short, simple articles, and the network of activists prints them in home printers in the whole country and distributes them in villages. So in that way, that's the new life of Samizdat against the new authoritarian regime of Orban and his censorship, media censorship. Thank you very much for the attention.
Okay, lovely. So without further ado, I will open the floor for questions. Okay, Tatiana.
Yeah, just immediate follow-up. Thank you very much, Miklos, for this interesting talk. I wanted to say not only in Hungary, in Belarus as well, Samizdat is really reviving, and there are Telegram channels which produce Samizdat, but they are also like agitating for publishing, and there are people who really, with the help of Xerox, they are printing these papers and putting them in the post boxes, just in blogs everywhere, also in big cities, in small cities. In big cities, it is even much more common now. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you.
We have Gabor.
Yes, thank you very much for this wonderful presentation. I have to add that I also read your paper a few years ago, and just let me add a critical remark for your presentation, because while reading your paper, it came to my mind something which could be also important, that you suggest that the Samizdat culture during the Cold War era just repeated the most important technological changes of the print culture, from orality to handwriting, after typewriters and mimeographs, and I think in this case it could be also taken into consideration the contemporaneity of non-contemporaneous phenomena These are the words of Koselleck, because sometimes these different technologies were present simultaneously. It means that on the one hand, for example, we had oral samizdat, like flying universities, and in the same times like mimeographed samizdat publications, or when the state repression, for example, increased, the media activists had to return to other old technologies, like leave beyond, again, mimeograph and typewrite their texts. So this is just another perspective which could be incorporated in your research somehow.
I fully agree. Thank you. And also this kind of simultaneous contemporarity could be, we can argue that they are present not only in one country, as you just mentioned, but simultaneously in several countries. In Romania, we could only use typewriters, and in Poland you had mass printing. So in different countries at the same time, we have the various uses of this menu of technologies, but also depending on, as you just said, how strong repression is, we see this dynamic of availability of technologies, so to speak. Thank you.
Okay, all right, that's all great. Is there anybody else who would like to ask a question to Miklos? Then we have still 5 minutes, so I will ask my question, which is coming back to what you said about about the typewriters, and whether it's or is not part of the of the print culture. So when if I remember correctly, like this, so I think it's a polemics with what Anne Komaromi wrote about samizdat as an extra Gutenberg phenomenon, and as far as I remember, when she was kind of classifying samizdat as an extra Gutenberg phenomenon, she was not actually really focused on whether this way of reproducing texts is mechanical or not mechanical, but whether it arrives at the same result. Because and then like she in other words, she means this is samizdat is an extra Gutenberg phenomenon against the background of what Elizabeth Eisenstein wrote about the Gutenberg revolution, which means enabling fixity, self-sameness of text traveling over time, which in turn kind of enables like science to emerge, and so on and so forth. So so in this way, most of samizdat is a bit at odds with this key feature of the Gutenberg print culture, which is fixity of text. Because even if you retype a text, it's a very kind of it's not being reproduced in an identical way, the way that kind of typeset is reproducing text. So I would like you to kind of to comment on whether, besides the very fact that you are using the kind of a mechanical device to reproduce text, there is something else that kind of that connects samizdat to a print culture in the framework of this discussion.
Thank you very much. Now we are going to the enthusiasts stuff, really, and I like that very much. Well, I think there is a very deep commonality between what we maybe labeled as Gutenberg technologies and samizdat based on typewriters, and that's the movable metal type. And how peculiar it is, we only see if we step out of the West and look at Chinese and Korean printing that developed actually before Gutenberg with wooden printing, but because it's very complicated to have Chinese characters to be printed, the warehouse, the storage room where you have to keep these wooden signs must be huge, because you have to store there hundreds or perhaps thousands of these wooden signs. And when it comes to metal printing, metal-based character printing, which actually happens in Korea, then again, this problem is the same. So we have to see actually European civilization, which is based on alphabetic writing, as opposed to other civilizations, notably the Chinese civilization, to understand the importance of the alphabet, which we take it as granted as the air, but it's not. So, I mean, if the alphabet is the foundation of European writing systems, then letter writing is handwritten letters is the first kind of actual way of putting the letters to paper. And then Gutenberg actually just invents the movable metal type. But then the foundation of printing is in Europe is the movable metal type. And the typewriters use that. So in that sense, there is just a very deep commonality. These are, there's the trunk of the metal type, and typewriters, offset printing, and all other printing technologies, multiplication technologies like mimeographs grow out of that. So in a way, I see a very close relation, or actually not just relation, they are different things of the same kind right there. Regarding that there are typos when we type, well, there are typos in books. So oftentimes when we take a book of any classic literature, let it be Tolstoy, Dostoevsky, or Patočka, or you name it, there are different editions with different typos. So I don't see this as a huge issue. Moreover, when you produce Samizdat texts with the typewriters, you can produce up to 5, 6, or even 7 thin papers, and they are identical. So typos is no big deal, I think. And the other thing is that typewriters are actually only constitute one technology of Samizdat. So actually printing is there. So the argument that they are part of the long Gutenberg trajectory or project stands right there. And finally, that the whole Eisenstein idea, but also the coming of the book, the French author's idea that you put ideas to your pocket so you can carry ideas, you can have the ideas travel, is very much true for Samizdat. In Warsaw or Prague, you produce a Samizdat, or Budapest, and people in the countryside can read it. So they spread geographically. In Moscow, you produce Samizdat, and it could be read in Vladivostok. So I do think that the whole argument of Eisenstein and the coming of the book authors stand for Samizdat right there, because it's the magic of printing, it's the magic of recording and multiplication and distribution.
Okay, I think that's a great ending for this intervention. Thank you very much. Not sure how we should give the cheer to Miklos, but we can clap. I can clap.
All right.
We can raise our hands a bit, but now we have to move to the next speaker, which is also our convener, Jan Olaszek, who I must say is probably the best historian of Samizdat of the young generation. He's also a very amazingly productive historian, so I cannot even count how many articles and books books I can count on the matter, but I think his latest production on the topic of Samizdat is a version of his doctoral dissertation on the underground journalism. And he works at the Institute of Political Studies of the Polish Academy of Science, of course, but he shares. He also has a second affiliation at the Institute of National Remembrance Research Office, and he will share with us his thoughts on Central and Eastern Europe, Samizdat in a comparative perspective. So go ahead, Jan.
Thank you so much, Piotr, for that words. Now I will try to share with you my presentation. Do you see the whole? Do you see my presentation?
Yes, it's there.
Okay.
Yes.
So I can start. My paper can be treated like an introduction to the topic of our conference, because I will try to compare the phenomenon of samizdat in individual communist countries. The main question is what extent we can talk about the one phenomenon of samizdat, or can we talk about many separate phenomena? I want to underline that I have been researching for over a decade the Polish case, but I also try to follow as much as possible the literature on samizdat in other states. I think that it shows me new context of my research, and it is important for me. And try to change my slide. But now I have. You see the second slide?
You turned off the presentation, Jan.
And okay, so maybe I will give a presentation like that. No, not the. Can it be like that?
Yeah. Sure.
Yes, it is visible now.
Okay. So I want to underline that my knowledge of samizdat in other countries comes from scientific publications written by other researchers. Without the work, I wouldn't have much to say about other countries. And in some countries, research on samizdat are very well advanced. Let me mention only the books whose author or scientific editors are Gordon Skilling, Wolfgang Eichwede, Enko Maromi, Friederike Kind-Kovac, Jesse Labov, Jan Berendt, Thomas Linderberger, Tatiana Otrowskaja, Michał Priban, Gregor Feint, Thomas Glantz, and Martin Machowec. Research on samizdat in Poland are also advanced. Let me point out only the books in English. Monographs by Siofan Doucet and Piotr Wciślik, and an anthology of text edited by Paweł Sowiński, Gwido Zlatkes, and Anne Frankel. I am very glad that some of mentioned people are taking part in our conference, that I am very curious about their comments. Now to terminological issues. I use the term samizdat for texts that are significant outside of censorship, regardless of the printing technique. So I mean the classic samizdat written on typewriters by subsequent readers, as well as publications printed on duplicators. The second thing is that term samizdat for me means not only text disseminated outside of censorship, but also wider phenomenon of their circulation and social practices related to their existence. In my comparative reflections, do you see my slides? Yes.
Yes.
Yes, Jan.
Okay. In my comparative reflections, I will try to take into account the following problems, which can you see on my slideshow. I would like to underline that I will talk about general tendencies. Of course, there are some exceptions in individual countries. First important difference between Samizdat in various communist countries is time of appearance or development. You can see this date on my slide. Samizdat first functioned among the Russian dissident intelligentsia. Its development began in the second half of 50s, and then in other republics and in national minority communities. Okay. In Czechoslovakia, although texts disseminated outside of censorship appeared there sometime after the communists took power, at the end of 60s, it was the beginning, the main history of the Samizdat. In Poland, some initiatives appeared in the late 60s, but large-scale development began in 76. Then in the Hungary and GDR. I can say a few words about the later development of Samizdat in Poland and Hungary, because these countries were relatively liberal. So I think that it points to the effect of pacification of social rebellions in both countries, the phase of liberalization of the government's policy, and the belief in it of some intellectuals. The next thing is the attitude of the opposition circles to persuading the authorities and not self-organization of society. The importance of openness to the West and relative more convenient censorship. The next issue is the scale of Samizdat. Maybe we should compare. For sure, we should compare the number of books, the number of journals, and the number of copies of each publication, but it is not easy. It is not always possible to give a specific number of Samizdat journal and books. This is partly due to the state of research, partly by the very nature of Samizdat, which was something fleeting, not always perceived by historians. Additionally, different data are collected in various countries according to different methodologies. For example, in Poland, where books were copied in many copies, bibliographies record the number of books editions. On the other hand, in the case of the classical Czechoslovakian Samizdat, it is not possible because each copy was a separate edition, and they are recorded separately in their bibliography. The statistic on the number of Samizdat journals are more comparable. I do not have space to present the data about each country, but they allow to distinguish 4 levels of Samizdat development. First will be Poland, the second Soviet Union and Czechoslovakia, and third would be Hungary, and is Germany, Bulgaria, and Romania in fourth. With a scale of Samizdat phenomenon, connected issue is the social range. In all countries, this Samizdat rather reached the intellectual elite, but these barriers was overcome the greatest extent in Poland, where even people from workers read Samizdat publications, especially in this first solidarity time. I think that one of the main reasons of that big difference in scale and social range was various level of communist repression in that country. In Poland or in Hungary in early 80s, there were okay, I can say that in Hungary, in early 80s, Samizdat boutique in László Rajk flat was functioning without problems. In Poland, we have in 80-81 similar situation with all in all our country. Soviet dissidents and editors of Samizdat journals never had such situation. They can make Samizdat publication openly. Yes. There are, in the case of those communist countries where Samizdat did not develop on a larger scale, there are specific factors that determine this. The citizens of GDR, despite all its repressive and police character, had access to West German television, which reduced the need for Samizdat. The German who left the West, who left GDR for the West, didn't become an East German immigrant, but rather simply a German. It could have connected into his possible or not possible support for the dissident in GDR. In Yugoslavia, the authorities pursued a fairly liberal policy. Mateusz Sokulski will tell us more about it. So it also reduced the need for Samizdat. Next difference is the degree of institutionalization of Samizdat in various countries. In Czechoslovakia, Poland, and Hungary, publishing initiatives resembling the official ones, at least with permanent names, were established, like Edice Petlice or Niezależna Oficyna Wydawnicza. In Russia, we don't know anything about similar situation. Okay, the other thing is the duplication technique. Miklos were talking about it. In Poland, texts were printed on various types of duplicators. Some of them were homemade. Russian dissidents did not choose to print their text. Czechoslovak, Ukrainian, or German attempts at times they tried to use printing machines, but sometimes, but only the Hungarians, apart from Poles, developed such activities to the greatest extent. Before the fall of communism, for example, the Bulgarian periodical glass was simply copied on Xero. In my opinion, the classic Samizdat, rewritten by readers, was by its nature very exclusive, much more than printed Samizdat. Classical Samizdat texts appeared frequently, but were usually limited in scope and quickly disappeared from circulation, maybe more quickly than its printing one. Sometimes this classic Samizdat circulated in different versions, and readers rewriting Samizdat publications become, in sense, their co-authors, not only readers, but also co-authors. Therefore, the classic rewritten Samizdat was an important phenomenon in the history of a book and press in a different sense than the printing Samizdat. Written text, because in classical Samizdat, written text because something unstable, modified not only by the authors. The use of simpler technique did not have to mean a lack of graphic appeal. Samizdat in Czechoslovakia was distinguished by professional books, which were transcript, but their editorial forms was often taken care of, as evidenced by hard covers or pasted photos, like you see on this book with Václav Havel photos. Regardless of the technical differences, the role of Samizdat in dissident movements was similar. The common denominator was primarily the role of information channel, alternative channel to authorities. Samizdat in individual bloc countries played a similar role. The preparation and dissemination of Samizdat generally belonged to the main form of opposition activity. Samizdat in individual country was generally ideologically diverse, although its people were most often linked by opposition to communism as well as democratic as freedom ideas. Samizdat played a very important, in all countries, played a very important role in building parallel societies, but the level of building these parallel societies was various. Also, the content of illegally distributed text was rather similar. In all countries in Samizdat were circulated such materials as literary works, newsletter, open letters, poems, analysis, official documents, political program, and many others. But there are, of course, differences in the content of Samizdat. The Samizdat of the non-Russian nations living in the USSR was distinguished by a strong emphasis to the issue of national identity, defense against Russification, and linguistic issues, which was manifested, for example, in the use of the word Samvydav, not Samizdat, but Samvydav in Ukraine. Lithuanian and Slovak Samizdat often devoted much attention to the matters of Catholic Church. In the USSR and Czechoslovakia, and a much big part of Samizdat was devoted to literary Samizdat. And in GDR, there are also strictly artistic Samizdat, without politic aspects. In Poland, the publication distributed outside of censorship were mostly political, and a lot of space was also devoted to this trade union solidarity. In Poland, in Samizdat, many well-known writers were published, but there were no literary work published for the first time in Poland's Samizdat with a status comparable to Solzhenitsyn Archipelago Gulag. I want to say about it, according to Piotr paper, that size of Polish Samizdat, it's not everything. In many times artistic value of Polish Samizdat, it was not so good because of this mass character. Also, the text of Polish dissidents such as Jacek Kuroń and Adam Michnik were aroused interest in the West, but certainly none of their texts achieved the status of Václav Havel powerless. I think that we can show many similarities and also many differences between these Samizdat. I think that these similarities is the resultant of similarities between this communist system modeled by Soviet communists, but not only. Dissidents learned from each other how to make Samizdat, what content of its Samizdat can be, and other things. For example, Poles took the idea of Samizdat from Russian, and they took from Russian the model of creating independent information, and then the Poles handed over the printing language to Hungary, which probably Gabor will tell about it. We tell about it tomorrow. The comparison of
Jan, we need to wrap up.
Okay. Last thing. The differences between Samizdat in various countries shows us differences between opposition movement, but not only. It's connected with also local variants of communism. The extent to which and what direction independent culture could develop in individual countries was influenced by various factors: political, culture, and geographical. They were related to each other. The same factor could play an opposite role in one country, like I say, about the liberal policy of the authorities. Sometimes it influenced on the development of Samizdat, and sometimes not. I think that last thing which I want to say, that we can say both about one Samizdat movement with these transnational flows, but also Samizdat in various countries has many specific issues. Thank you.
Okay, Jan, thanks a lot for that. Yeah, so let's give it a cheers. And yeah, so we have still some time for question. Perhaps we can collect some. Is there anybody else? So I think we'll go, women first. So Petra, can you ask your question, please?
Okay, Yannick, thank you for the great and fascinating overview which you gave us. I have one question and one comment. The question is to the scale which you showed us, and I would like to ask where the data for your analysis comes from. For the scale you showed us, and I think this is the case where the digital analysis and digital tools could really help us. For example, with the scale of the Samizdat in different countries, probably we can heard about it during the afternoon. And the comment is, you were talking about classic Samizdat, what seems to be really nice. What is it? Classic Samizdat means typewritten Samizdat. And I think we can think about how the technology brought different or developed different practices of distribution and of readers, because for classic Samizdat, it means not only to get and to read the typewritten copy, but also in many cases, in many times, to rewritten copy and to distribute it. So that was just the comment, and I think it didn't happen so much with the Xeroxed copies, or yeah.
And so thank you, Petra, for that question. With the data to this, my comparing the scale is always a problem, because when I find it in some book or article, some numbers, many times after it the research go on, and these numbers are are old. Yes, we had the situation when we were talking Warsaw about this Czechoslovakian samizdat. The numbers in old literature don't have many in common with this newest data about numbers. For example, the number of Czechoslovakia samizdat journals I have from you, from our talks about it. For true, I haven't used that bibliography, and I will do it. Unfortunately, I have a hospital in my house, but
for dragons.
Okay, so the second question was that classic samizdat. It's a problem that in Poland, Franek, go out. In Poland, we historians don't use and don't like this word samizdat. They underline that in Poland it was something different, more bigger and more advanced. They said, not we said, but they. I think that it's easier to say that in all countries there's samizdat, and this is a classic samizdat. It's with this typewriting, and it's true that dissemination of classic samizdat was different than this disseminating in for example Poland, drugi obieg wydawniczy, second circulations. In this classic samizdat, the difference between disseminators and readers is very maybe it's hard to say who is only a reader and who is disseminator. In Poland, this second circulation or non-classic samizdat, there were people who disseminated, and only it was their professional role, and the other people were only reader who bought this underground journal like Tygodnik Mazowsze, and not activated in other role. So
okay, we have, thank Jan for that. We have one question more from Miklos, and I would appreciate concise questions and concise answers because we are running over time.
Thank you very much for the great presentation, Jan. I would like to ask about two questions: Tito's Yugoslavia and Albania. And perhaps the question is it meaningful at all to speak about samizdat in these countries? Because on the one hand, Yugoslavia was probably too liberal, and because press freedom was a bit more tolerated in the communist public than in most other countries, Soviet-type countries, and Albania, terror, intimidation, oppression was too hard. But that's the right thing. But I just wonder how you see these two countries.
I am not so brave to say anything about Yugoslavia with Mateusz Sokulski, who say many things tomorrow. I heard that in Albania, I don't heard in Albania about any samizdat in Albania, but I can say that Albanian authorities help Polish dogmatic communists to disseminate in Poland dogmatic communist samizdat.
Pro-Beijing.
but about Albania and Yugoslavia, it's hard to say, but it shows these two good examples that level of repression is not determinate always that situation. There are also, we can look on other factors, cultural factors or social factors.
Okay, it is my sad task not to allow Mateusz to speak. Maybe you could share your thoughts in chat, because we really need to continue with our next speaker. So a quick round of applause for Janek. And now our next speaker comes from a country or researches on the country in which Samizdat and cultural descent remains very much relevant today. And this is Tatiana Ostrowskoja, who is currently a Herder Institute a researcher at the Herder Institute for Historical Research in Marburg. She wrote her PhD dissertation on cultural descent in Soviet Belarus, and she will talk today about Yevgenia Ginsburg and Larisa Heiniusz on their life and fate under Stalin, Khrushchev, and Brezhnev, comparing Russian and Belarusian Samizdat women autobiographies. So, Tatiana, the floor is yours. And I think you need to unmute. Tatiana, we see your slides, but we don't hear you.
No. Yeah. I'm just trying to figure out how to with my slides. Now, can you see the slides now? Oh no.
We can see the slides in the. No.
Okay. Yeah.
They were.
Yeah, please give me a voice message if something goes wrong, because I don't see either you or myself.
Okay.
So just.
But the slides are there.
Yes. Yeah. Now I realized. So thank you very much for this fascinating opportunity to take part in this conference. It's really been a great pleasure and a great honor. And thank you, Janek and Petra, for organizing it. I think my presentation will be like dealing with more, maybe not such a reflective general level, but more specific questions. But maybe it could give you some stoff for reflection. The paper I'm going to present today arose from my dissertation, which was devoted to the cultural descent in Soviet Belarus in 1988, and which Janek was so kind to mention also in his presentation. And it was devoted to the practices of resistance to the politics of the Soviet state by the means of culture. Was published in 2019 by Harasovitz. And Larisa Heiniusz, who was born in 1910, is a Belarusian woman poet and a dissident. And she was one of the intellectuals whom I considered closely in my study. And she was also the author of the recollections called Spoved, or Confession. I will return later on to the meaning of this title. One of the rare Gulag memoirs which appeared in the Belarusian literature. And it is, to my point of view, a very strong and a very talented book. And first it was published only in 1993. Here I have the copy of the first issue, and it actually wasn't that often republished, and soon again became a Samizdat, a kind of. So when I was writing about Heiniusz, I have already started to reflect on this question, how it would be possible to compare her life and her work with that of Yevgenia Ginsburg, who was as you probably know, the author of the Journey into Whirlwinds, which was first published in 1967, Крутой маршрут, Хроника времен культа личности, as it titled in original. Ginsburg's recollections are perhaps the most critically acclaimed among the women Gulag prose, and of course, I was puzzled by the question why the attention to these two very strong books was distributed so unevenly, why one enjoyed a prompt publication, several translations, and an international recognition, and the other one remained practically unknown. And there is at least one more reason for me to approach this topic again. I studied Genius in my dissertation, but sincerely, approaching her and her work was rather an exception, as the cultural descent I was studying in my book turned out to be rather immense activity. So it was a kind of unwomanly phase of Belarusian descent that I was presenting. This, of course, a little bit connotates with what was going on in Belarus. You perhaps heard about the woman phase of the Belarusian revolution, which is currently takes place. So, sensing this lack of attention to the women's experience of descent, at least during the Soviet period, and at least in Belarus, but I think also in Russian history, I wanted to reflect on this topic. And what I offer here is still a work in progress. And of course, it is again to what Miloš said, this is very much a contemporary experience, because we have currently 80 women prisoners, political prisoners in Belarus, and so I expect there will be more prison memoirs during next years published, and some of them are already had been distributed. So this is so much for the context. In what follows, I would like to quickly share some background information about these two authors, because I guess not everyone is familiar with the details, and then also taking this background information, trying to reflect simultaneously on their text. To compare and trying to compare their Gulag experiences, not with, which is partly similar, but not without some particularities. And I will try to compare them on 3 levels, and I am doing so. I will mostly embark on Sheila Fitzpatrick's and Yuri Sleskin's reflections about the women experience of the October Revolution of 1917 as an essential life-defining event. I will embark on Barbara Walker's article on how one should approach Soviet memoirs, and her idea about the importance for the Soviet intelligentsia, importance of some events and patrons for the Soviet intelligentsia, which is especially visible in memoirs, and about the importance to relate itself to some higher idea or personality for the intelligentsia in their memoirs. And relevant for me is also a more recent study published by the Ukrainian historian and anthropologist Oksana Kis, which is devoted to the experience of Ukrainian women in the Gulag. Kis underlines the importance of both gender and national aspects in this experience, and this is what I also would like to touch upon. So, to the some biographical facts, Evgenia Ginsburg was born in 1904 in Moscow, and a well-to-do Jewish family. She, after 5 years, when she was 5, the family had moved to Kazan, where Ginsburg grew up and went to the high school. She graduated from the Kazan Pedagogic Institute. And surprisingly, we don't find much information about Evgenia Ginsburg's life before 1934, when, as it is well known, Sergei Kirov, the first secretary of the Leningrad obkom of the All-Union Communist Party, was assassinated, and where exactly the narrative of her book starts, where the troubles in her life start, so to speak. So she worked as a teacher, she taught the history of the Communist Party, was a journalist, and later the editor of Krasnaya Tataria newspaper. And she became herself a party member. She entered the party when she was 28, and she became a really devoted communist. Yet in 1935, she was expelled from the party and suspended from the university work. In 1937, she was arrested, accused of participating in a counter-revolutionary Trotskyist group, and sentenced to 10 years of imprisonment. She spent 2 years in Yaroslavl in prison, and then she was sent to the labor camps in the Magadan Oblast, and she was released in 1948. And but she stayed in Magadan actually until 1955. After that, she moved to. I just wanted to show you where Magadan is. She lived for 10 years in Lviv, and where she arguably also wrote her memoirs. And from 1966, she lived in until her death. She lived in Moscow. Larissa Jeniusz was born into a petty gentry family in Zlobotce, Valkovisk region. She graduated from the Polish gymnasium in Valkovisk. She just graduated from gymnasium. She never entered the university. Interestingly, however, the father of Evgenia Ginsburg originated from Grodno, which is about some 70 kilometers away from the place where Larissa Jeniusz was born. So in 1936, together with her husband Yanka Jeniusz, who was a medical doctor, Larissa left Western Belarus, which was then a part of the Second Polish Republic, for Prague, where she engaged in the activity of the Belarusian People's Republic government in exile. In 1948, the Jeniusz couple was forcibly expatriated from Czechoslovakia. Larissa and Yanka faced accusations of anti-Soviet activity and were sentenced to 25 years of labor camps. She spent 7 years there, as well as her husband. They both survived, and she was only partly rehabilitated in 1956 in comparison to Ginsburg, who was fully rehabilitated. So she returned then to Soviet Belarus and settled in a small town of Zelva in the region of Grodno, and their house became a gathering place for many non-conformist intellectuals since then. And also the authorities kept a close watch over it, keeping track of any incoming and outgoing guests and letters. She also had a broad correspondence also with her friends abroad. And historian Mikhail Czerniawski, he was one of the visitors at that time, and he recollected that in 1982, just 1 year before her death, Larissa Jeniusz had secretly handed him her memoirs. It was a typewritten, almost unedited text, which he managed to publish, Czerniawski managed to publish only in 1993, as I told you. With the title Spoved. It's actually not a correct title, because I think she was not confessing. So Spoved is confession. I think it's in Polish, it's maybe the same. So she was not actually confessing in her autobiography. She was really giving testimony about the events. So the title was a little bit confusing. And previously, the text was, of course, distributed and read in Samizdat, and as well as some poems written by Jeniusz as well. So, and what is unique about it, that it contains not only after World War II, but most of the text still narrates the time of her imprisonment in the labor camps and at the Komi, of the Komi Autonomous Republic. So you can see Komi, Republic of Komi here. So they were really far away from each other, Ginsburg and Jeniusz. So centrality of the Gulag experience is also present in her narrative, yet in comparison to Evgenia Ginsburg, who, as I have already mentioned, limited her narrative rather by the story of her ordeal and suffering from the system. Jeniusz drove the continuity from the story of her family through her activity in Prague, through her attitude to the fascism and to the perception of the contemporary reality in which she lived to the times of the so-called Brezhnev stagnation. So it's a kind of different temporality that we observed here in these two Samizdat publications. And I guess also this kind of different temporality is also kind of connection to the tradition is also maybe more pronounced in the Samizdat of national republics rather than in Russian Samizdat. So Spoved is really unique text because it was written without any looking back at the censorship practices. She was really writing what she thought about. So she was comparing very openly the Soviet and Nazi regime, for example, and this could have cost her, of course, another term if someone had found out, but it didn't happen. Yeah, a lot of people who were writing their recollection were, of course, careful enough not to say everything. And also, we know that it was also the case of Evgenia Ginsburg, who, as some people say, it was written that she wrote another version, more radical one, but she destroyed it in Lviv in the second half of the 1960s. So Heniush's memoirs is an exception in this regard, but it was also. It can be that she was inspired by the book of Ginsburg, which was, of course, very easily was to find in Samizdat, and it can be that someone of her visitors also inspired her and told her to write something the same, and maybe because of that, these books have also a lot in common, but also simultaneously they are very different. Both have their unique voice and individual story of life, love and suffering. Unites them also the golden thread, despite unhuman conditions, a human must remain a human. Both Ginsburg and Heniush managed to present a tragic but also surprisingly poetic vision of the individual and collective ordeal during the years of war and oppressions. Before her arrest, but there is also some differences, and they, of course, relate to ideologies. First of all, before her arrest, Evgenia Ginsburg was deeply convinced of the rightfulness of the Soviet order, but even after the long years of imprisonment, she remained an adherent communist. Unlike Ginsburg, Heniush linked the equality and the rights of individuals with Christian morality, not with the communist ideology. And the other central guiding idea to her was nationality. To her, national identity was the crucial point of her resistance to the Soviet order, with the Soviet rule, which she never accepted, and she never accepted actually also Soviet citizenship. She remained a Czechoslovakian citizen all the years she lived in Soviet Belarus. Oksana Kis, whom I already mentioned, wrote about the experiences of Ukrainian women in the Gulag, and I'm also referring in this title of this presentation to Russian and Belarusian Samizdat autobiographies. But I think that in case of Heniush, this national dimension was, of course, much more relevant and more pronounced. And also in these two memoirs, we encounter the complexity of family relations. Gender aspect does play an important role here. Also, relationship with men. Sheila Fitzpatrick argues that there was often a certain superiority towards, as in regard to the intention of women narration in the narratives of the revolution she put together. I think the same is also palpable in these two texts, a certain superiority of having this experience towards the man. Also, the man with whom both Heniush and Ginsburg lived, they also were in Gulag, but at the same time, this kind of superiority, but also important issue was this kind of relationship between Gulag mothers and son, which goes beyond the text, but also defines them very much. And when we look at the we look at the fates of Ginsburg and Geniusz, and in this regard, they also have a lot of similarities. And the recently published collections of letters, which was written to and by Evgeny Ginsburg's son and a renowned writer, Vasily Aksionov, he has been called an enfant terrible, a difficult child, a troublemaker. Larissa Jenisch was also suffering a lot because of her relationship with her son. And so was this problematic, rebellious behavior emblematic for these Gulag children, and was this trouble with the children was emblematic for Gulag mothers. So here one can find astonishing parallels. Vasily Aksionov was born in 1932, and Larissa's son Yurka was born in 1935. They were both taken from their mothers. Vasily was 5. Yurka had had a bit more luck. He was already 12. Yet later on, it was rather the other way around, while Yurka had to spend his teenager years with strange, wicked people, as Larissa put it. He stuck in Polish People's Republic, far away from her, even when she was back from the Gulag. And he, after that, became an alcohol addict. But they, interestingly, they both studied at the university, at medical school. They both became doctors, and they both wrote. They were both writers. Also, Vasily Aksionov is, of course, very much more better known, but Yurka was also very talented. Also, he died earlier. So I think this dimension is also very important. It was important for these memoirs, was important also, of course, in life, defining also in lives of these two women.
Tatiana, we need to wrap up.
Wrapping up, just conclusion, 1 minute. So I think on the level, we can kind of wrap up on 3 levels. On the level of events, so where Gulag is certainly an essential life-defining experience in comparison to the perception of the October Revolution, which Fitzpatrick and Sleskin described. He's both negative and positive in for one person. So it was both negative and positive in the sense that one person experienced it, and to survive is to win. So this experience of surviving was kind of positive experience which was elevating the person in some respect. Also in relation to the higher idea about which Barbara Walker talked, in the case of Ginsburg, it was communism. In case of Geniusz, it was Christianity and national idea. And this is actually what made her and her book so dangerous for the authorities. And it was published only 2 years after the collapse of the Soviet Union. And I think also this family and children, this perspective, was also not something that was limiting their intellectual experience. The experiences intellectuals limiting their intellect, the intellectual values of their works, but something which really endowed it a new dimension and additional perspective. Thank you very much.
Okay, lovely. Thanks a lot for this great presentation. I think when we are working in comparative perspective, we often take this very panoramic view and this kind of micro history perspective that you presented is very much needed. So that said, I'm opening the floor for question. We have Thomas Glantz. I'm not sure whether Mateusz raised his hand for this session or whether it's still from the last one. The last one. Okay, so Thomas, go ahead, and anybody else who wants to ask, just raise their hands.
Thank you, Tatiana, for the talk. I wanted to ask you if in Belarusian you pronounce Geniusz or Geniusz, the name. But another question would be, do you know details about the deportation of Larissa genius from Czechoslovakia. You mentioned, if I understood it correct, that it was in 48, and you know that the typical campaign of arresting Soviet citizens was immediately in 1945 by Smersh and NKVD. So it would be interesting to know how did it work 3 years later, probably after the communist putsch.
Should I answer directly? Yeah. So actually, in Belarusian, of course, it's also the name. I think it's used also in Polish, so it's common also in Polish probably. But in Belarusian, you would pronounce Larisa Geniusz, something like between G and H, Larisa Geniusz. Yeah. So I'm well, actually in her text, she writes that they managed to with some connections also, they managed to escape these deportations in 1995, but she also had, and her family, they had this opportunity to escape to the West, but her husband was he was a socialist and he didn't want to go. And actually, so I suppose it was, so for some time they tried to maybe to hide, but probably it was partially also willingly that they were captured by the authorities, because her husband had also parents back then in Belarus, so I suppose they were thinking of retaining. So if they wanted to, they didn't want to go, then probably they could have left for the West, but they returned in Czechoslovakia.
So they went to Soviet Union like without any violence.
No. They were
in 48.
I think they just at some point they just accepted the fate. So they were forcibly brought to the Soviet Union. So they were captured already in Czechoslovakia. But at some point, they just, gave up this maybe hide-and-seek game. Yeah, so I suppose. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Now we have Jan.
I want to say thank you to Tatiana for that paper. I think that it was very important, because always when we say about dissident in Soviet Union, we think about Russian dissidents, and we don't remember about Belarusian dissident and Ukrainian and others. And I would like to ask about these gender relationships in Belarusian dissident environment or dissident movement, because as I remember from your book, for many Belarusian dissidents, important thing was tradition, this national tradition, and I would like to ask if it have. What about the role of women in politics in this tradition? And second thing is also connected with the gender aspects, because we have in Poland, in Russia, and in Czech, we have there were research about gender in dissent movement. And I would like to ask if you try to research if Belarus was different or similar in this aspect. Thank you.
Thank you. So the first, can I ask? So the first question was about kind of traditionality, and the role of women in politics.
It was about the traditional role of women in Belarus and how it's connected with role in dissident movement.
Yeah, so as I said, Larissa Janusz was really a kind of exclusion, is a counterexample in this regard, because if you look, I know, of course, that there has been studies which approach, for example, the role of typists in the distribution of Samizdat, and of course in Russian dissident culture, there were really these women who were like Ludmila Alexeyeva, who not only were leading the movement, but also were among those who wrote their history. But it is really the fact that the most of the texts that we have, at least until the 1987, were produced by men, and somehow, yeah, really kind of containing this traditional perspective. So on the one hand, of course, there was this Soviet Soviet emancipation culture, but on the other hand, then you look also, official text of officially produced text, and you would be surprised with the role of which women have there. So it's also very traditional and like on the kitchen. Larissa Janusz she was old enough, not to be considered as a proper woman, so to speak, yeah, if we may say so. So she was considered as authority, therefore people visited her, all the writers, intellectuals who wanted an alternative opinion, but she was rather an exception in this regard. And yeah, I think, of course, also, nevertheless, I think it would be possible to reconsider also some of the the role of the women in this, because I'm not sure if I'm sure if we kind of dig deeper, we will find something. The role of women, it was more pronounced that it was shown until now, but how exactly to do this, I cannot say you at the moment.
Okay, I think we have to stop here. Thanks, Tatiana. That was really an amazing work you've put in. And let's do cheers. And we're going to close this session with a paper by Tomasz Glanz, who is our dear and very involved colleague in the Net for Dissent network. He works at the Zurich University and is a great expert on, well, not only Russian and Czechoslovak samizdat, but also on other aspects of alternative cultures, such as art, and as we'll see in this presentation, film, because this presentation will be about film samizdat in Eastern European subcultures. So without further ado, Tomasz, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Piotr, for the introduction, and thank you for the invitation. I am happy to share with you briefly some aspects of the cinema samizdat in Eastern Europe. And I have, of course, the same problem as anybody else. I think that I have to switch somehow between our group.
We can see your slides. Yeah, we can see your slides well. So
but you
and we see you as well,
and you can see everything, so you are happy. Yes. So what is important about this topic for me, and maybe I hope for us? So it's of course some alternative to the paper Samizdat, which is a classical case, as we did here today. So paper Samizdat it's classical, and we have all these other all other versions of Samizdat in music, in maybe photography, in late socialism, also a kind of Samizdat television. We in Czechoslovakia it was the case of this video journal and so on. But at the same time, already from the beginning, from 60s, in a big heterogeneity of technological and aesthetic ambitions and needs, all over the Europe, communities of artists and poets and mainly not educated filmmakers did work on this specific level of Samizdat production. You can see here some names from Yugoslavia, from Poland, of course, with Eva Partum as an example. From Hungary, Katalin Ladik. From GDR, it was not only Gabriele Spritz, but also Via Lewandowski, who is a famous artist today. In Czechoslovakia, we have this the main person, the protagonist of underground film activities was Čaroděj, which was not a real name of Mr. Drost, who did establish a whole community of people making homemade films. And of course, necro-realism with Yevgeny Yufit in Russia, in Soviet Union. So it is a kind of Samizdat production, and I think it also gives us an inspiration for thinking about what we mean exactly with Samizdat. Is it only the distribution? Because Samizdat also etymologically in this I would say Glazerian, because you know that Alexander Glazer was the author of this term, and in his sense it's etymologically about publishing, about distribution. But the question is if Samizdat production also is important for us, and I would say yes, and I appreciated the first contribution today because Miklos was speaking about this about Samizdat not only as publishing, but about Samizdat as production with this tactile dimension, with the physiological aspect of typing and like a body involved in the process. And it is something quite important for underground in cinema, which was motivated technologically. It was possible only in 60s, in the situation when Super 8 camera and 16mm camera became a technology which was accessible for private home filming. It was not possible before, and this technological kind of the story, it's quite important, because I think artists did. It was a kind of interaction between an artist and the technology, and this singular point brings us maybe back to the classical samizdat and to the question which is maybe important. Was this technology, this physical conditions do mean for this production, for this distribution, for this community which did share samizdat in 60s, 70s, 80s predominantly. So it is of course subversion in the classical sense of, let's say, political semantics of what subversion means. I copied few remarks from the dictionary. Subversion has to do with political issues and also with the accusation to be subversive against, let's say, totalitarian regime. Or subversion could have a linguistic aspect, as Merriam-Webster tells us. But what I think it's especially interesting, it's also this media subversion, or subversion in terms of aesthetics, because what we can see in very different kinds of underground cinema is a kind of specific fragility of the image. The image is unstable. It's a non-professional, maybe anti-professional kind of filming, which this situation of need, of poor means, which authors did have, made a kind of aesthetics and a kind of program. So this Super 8 camera, maybe you know, or you maybe even a few of you remember how did it work. It was from the contemporary point of view, of course, very primitive kind of filming. Every cell phone today, it's much more sophisticated. It was only short films were realistic to do with this means, and a special feature which is quite crucial, I think, for this kind of samizdat mediality is the fact that Super 8 film, as well as 16mm film, was a silent system only. It has, of course, consequences. I can give you an example from the essay written by Klaus Löser. I will come to him at the end of my talk. Klaus is head of an archive of underground film in Germany, and he wrote about these poor technical conditions. The processual nature of the artistic actions could hardly be comprehended later on, and additional serious, and he calls it, Klaus Löser calls it handicap, the impossibility of recording synchronous sounds to the moving images, and I think it would be possible to argue and to ask. Maybe this kind of handicap did have a constructive role in this production. It was maybe a kind of constitutive fragility, and I would say so difference, so meaningful difference between image and sound, which made it possible to work with this media very creatively. And one brief one brief, at the end, first of all, what is the end of this story? The end of the story became actually before the collapse of communist regime at the end of 80s, because the video technology already during 80s it changed the situation. But still we have this kind of activity, this kind of aesthetics, this kind of production until the very end of communist regime, and even after, even in the 90s, some artists did work by this kind of fragile and subtle, in some sense, aesthetics of filming. And what is maybe important remark, only briefly, is the Western dimension of this phenomenon. There was an underground film as a term, as a phenomenon. It begins already in 1950s with this Emanuel Farber, who was a hero for Susan Sontag and who wrote about underground film. In his article from 57, he meant, of course, something quite different in comparison with the Eastern European situation. He meant authors we Andy Warhol, Werner Herzog, or Fassbinder, who did some subversive, we are back to the term subversion, some subversive films from the point of view of Hollywood. And he wrote about this intellectual or experimental or B movies from this point of view. And we do have also during last decades, few underground film festivals in United States, in Boston, in Australia, in Sydney, in Chicago, in New York. So it has a Western, let's say, dimension, which is also in Europe connected with activities of Peter Weibel. Peter Weibel is a famous conceptual or post-conceptual artist and curator, theoretician, who is well known as a director of the ZKM Center for Art and Media in Karlsruhe. And he, at the end of 60s, he worked with terms as pre-kino, so pre-cinema, para-kino, so you understand it without any translation, or post-kino in his essay from the end of 60s. And I would like to mention only maybe two moments. He wrote at that time, "Ich denke an Filme in Form eines neuen Sinnesorgans," also the film as a form of new perception, so cinematic perception and expression and communication. So the film should make it possible to introduce a new kind of perception in this thinking, which is I think quite close to the kind of cinematographic thinking and cinematographic aesthetics in Eastern European underground filming. So I would like to give you few examples and then make a conclusion. Petra, can you tell me? I forgot to have a look to my clock.
We have around 5 minutes more.
How many minutes do I have? Some 5.
3 to 5. Yeah.
Yeah. So in Czechoslovakia, Jan Sagel, who was a photographer and not filmmaker, did make at the beginning of 70s few important canonical from the today's point of view films. One of them he called Samizdat, which underground. He has also a film which has the title Samizdat. It's a different story. We don't have time for it, but this time this film Underground was like a tautology, because he made in Underground a film Underground, which is showing people coming from the underground in Prague, like a very experimental work with the camera, showing people coming from the underground, and this supplementary meaning of this underground was not only the metaphor which here became introduced back to the social life, because it was not underground as a cultural community, but a real underground at the center of the city of Prague. But the joke, the additional joke, was that it was no underground as a tube, as a transportation at that time. It was only the underground as a whole in the city urban space, and he was like with a static camera showing these faces of people coming out from the underground, maybe of the urban space of their life. So the most prominent filmmaker in Czechoslovakia was Čaroděj, which means wizard, and his films, it's a whole big story which I cannot mention here. The analogy of Čaroděj's activities in Czechoslovakia developed Evgeny Yufit in St. Petersburg and suburbs of Moscow in his necro-realism. So it is film aesthetics which deals with the death and with the horror, some activity which is also meta cinematic, one could say, which is working with reflection on genre in cinema and combining performance with cinema activities. It was a genre of performances which he made a subject of his film experiments. So the first, chronologically, maybe the first Eastern European so systematic film activities were realized in Yugoslavia by the OHO group. So OHO, it's a combination of the expression for eye and ear. So it's this what we have heard from Peter Weibel, this kind of concentration, the focusing on perception. It's quite dominant here by OHO. They did experimental films combining text, also text, a body. So this underground filmmaking has also a lot to do with body art in some cases and with experimental poetry. So quite frequently filmmakers have been at the same time poets, combining language, so language games, with the body art, performance art, and cinematographic means itself. So this kind of let's say archaeology of language and archaeology of writing and archaeology of the voice was obvious in Katalin Ladik's opus of this. This was a actually multimedia example where Katalin Ladik worked with her voice. It was like an over voice to this, let's say, graphic poem made as a film. Eva Partum, we have a lot of Polish participants who know.
We need to wrap up, Tamas.
Yeah, you give me 1 more minute. Is that right? Please. Yeah, Eva Partum is a canonical author of film poems. In her active poetry cycle, he wrote poems with means of the film, with this distribution of ideological characters. It was characters from the official slogans, and he distributed in this cycle of active poems words by a new strategy. And I already mentioned the situation at GDR, where a lot of people made, especially at the end of 80s, underground films, combining as well poetry, performance, also a question of gender and feminist agenda of late 80s with kinematographic strategies. So what we are doing now is to work with underground cinema archives. I promised to mention at the end of my talk, and this end of my talk is just now, to mention activities of Klaus Löser, who is a director of Ex Orientalux archive of GDR underground films. And an analogy is Artpool archive in Hungary, which has a lot of Hungarian examples with Katalin Ladik, with Tibor Hajas, who was an excellent video artist as well, who did die very early. And in Czechoslovakia, at the film high school FAMU, there is an archive of underground cinema from Czechoslovakia run by Martin Blažíček and his research group. So what we are doing now, it's to have a chance for a comparative analysis of this material, which does not exist, did not made. And this research has this comparative aspect, and it's full of challenges, I think, for us as researchers. Thank you very much for your attention.
Okay, thanks a lot, Tamas. Thanks for putting Film Samizdat on our map. And now, before we go to the break, let's open the floor for questions. So Petra, go ahead, and then I'll collect some more.
Tomáš, thank you very much. I have some terminological questions. The question is very simple. Where are the borders of film samizdat, and how to deal, for example, with something like home videos or with the strong amateur film movement? And because these movies could be, and they were often also subversive as film samizdat. So how to deal with them? And where are the borders of film samizdat?
Mm-hmm. Yes, thank you, Petra. It's the question. It's even more complicated because they were in GDR in other countries. So so semi-half official clubs of filmmakers, like unprofessional filmmakers. And they did sometimes amazing activities, which was in the gray zone between official filmmaking and the underground activity. So for me, this system of film clubs for non-professional filmmaking, it's a different chapter, a different category about this topic. There is already an interesting research. There are some texts about it, and I think it's a specific case. What I understand as an underground film, it's a production by communities which do have a cultural ambition. So for Čaroděj, it was a community of people working with poetry, working with also with the classical art. For them, the Baroque dimension of Czech cultural heritage was quite important, or decadence, and they did have this cultural ambition. And so it was not only like filming a birthday party or Christmas Eve home, and they was really outside institutions. So special cases, for example, in Hungary, it was possible to work with the professional film technique. In some cases, like unofficially. So of course we have to differentiate, and of course this border, it's not absolutely clear, but I think it is possible to see these differences between like home filming activities, which was possible beginning from the 60s in every family, not only in United States and in countries where Kodak did distribute his Super 8 cameras, but also in Soviet Union and Eastern Europe, and this kind of film activities involved in the cultural process of unofficial culture, but we know, and from last decades we know it very well, that this unofficial culture was semi-official and was crossing the border between official and unofficial frequently. So all these aspects could be taken into consideration, of course. What was it kind of answer?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much, Tomáš.
Or are you more irritated than
Mateusz?
Thank you. Maybe it's not to respond to Tomáš's question, but I think I could respond to a question that was put previously, or maybe I will now give a turn to someone else who would like to put a question directly to Professor Tomáš Glanz.
Okay. I might have one question. I mean, and it's a really concise question, and I would appreciate a concise answer. So, like, did secret police in any of these countries consider this video art Samizdat in the sense that they were like, what was it on their radar? Were they monitoring these activities? Whether they were trying to curtail this activities? And I'm asking this because you know, like guys like Plastic People of the Universe would not, like, depending on the country, they would be or would not be persecuted, and only through the persecution they would go into this, you know, like down the into this realm of dissident art. So what is the case about the films?
The difference between, let's say, the case of Plastic People and Čaroděj activities is in the historical period. So Plastic People are earlier. Their persecutions took part during 70s, especially during 70s, and these activities in GDR, in Czechoslovakia, took part in 80s, in Soviet Union as well. UFIT and microrealists, they didn't been an object of a special persecutions, as far I know. I don't think this underground cinema was such a big problem for secret police as literature and music have been. So it from this point of view, it was paradoxically more freedom. Charlie organized a home festival, even several festivals of this kind, and it was not so irritated, because although film it's associated with the pop culture and big distribution and millions of visitors in the audience, nevertheless it was in Eastern European context. It did not have this dimension. It was quite a close community, typically, of people involved in these activities.
We have Miklos raising his hand. You have to.
I'm sorry. Thank you very much for Thomas for this wonderful presentation, and especially the clips that made it, the argument very vivid. And
we need more time for it.
I just wanted to ask a very brief question. So, as I understand from your references, is your goal to have a large, comprehensive data set of these underground filmmakers, kind of based on the network of individual country archives? So is there such a goal? And the other thing is that I just put here a small note in the chat forum. Miklos Erdély, maybe you know him. Miklos Erdély was a great Hungarian underground filmmaker and artist, creative artist. He was influential in many genres, especially on younger filmmakers, including mainstream filmmakers, including Ildikó Enyedi, who is an award-winning director of our times. So thank you very much again for the talk.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, well, Erdély was connected to Katalin Ladik, and in Hungary this community was very active. And no, it's not my ambition to work on some encyclopedia of this material, and I think also it would be an endless work. But what I am interested in is this comparative, let's say, comparative dimension, because there is research, of course, about let's say Eva Partum inclusively her film works, and we have in Hungary a very nice monograph written by Emese Kürti, which I quoted also in my talk, about Katalin Ladik, inclusively, of course, all her film experiments and voice experiments is recorded by film, and so on. But I think what is really fascinating is one thing, it's not only to involve these experiments to the cultural history, but to think about it from the media point of view as a special kind of, let's say, Samizdat production. And for this purpose, the comparative, let's say, method or strategy, it's crucial, because if you see the communities, they typically were not connected with each other at all. So UFIT never heard about Csarodély, let's say, although it was possible to communicate, to visit each other. But I think this communication inside this Eastern European communities were very limited, almost non-existent. There were few examples that they did know about each other. But from the distance, what we have is the distance, which is disadvantage, but at the same time, because it's far away and we have to find facts and materials and information. But at the same time, it makes it possible to see the landscape in this comparative, from this comparative attitude. And so I am in some kind of typology and description of the main features. I am interested more than in the encyclopedia of all people involved or all short films made.
Thank you.
Okay, lovely. Thank you. So I think there's no more questions to Tamas, so let's give him a cheer. And
may I
yeah.
do only brief remark to the question of Petra about borders. The media borders are also fascinating from this point of view, because about Hungarian case, Tibor Hayas, who worked, it's not film in fact what he did. It's a performance which slides and which involve photographs which are on the way to the film. So we have not only borders of the filmmaking from this cultural political point of view, what is official, unofficial, and so on, but also from the media point of view, where the film starts as a media phenomenon. So it's a lot of questions connected to this topic. Thank you. Excuse me, Piotr, for this.
Thank you.
An intervention.
Thanks. No, that's very, very insightful indeed. I guess I'm turning over the mic to the organizers. We have this Yugoslav case to discuss, but then we're 15 minutes into the break, so I leave the decision to them. For some kind of entertainment during the break, I will paste in the chat. I'm not sure about, and this is my small contribution about the timeliness of our conference. We were talking about Belarus, but we also have the Banned Books Week in the United States. So please check it out for your entertainment, to see how timely the Samizdat story is. And that said, thanks again to all the presenters. This was a lovely session, and handing the mic over to Jan and Petra.
So thank you all of you for amazing presentations, and all of you for being with us. Probably we can discuss the Yugoslavian case tomorrow during the session, because there will be we lost one presentation, so there will be time for it. So now we have pause till the 1 p.m. So bon appetit, and we will meet here at 1 p.m. again.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Hello and good afternoon to everybody who come back or who newly join our conference, Central and Eastern European Samizdat during the Cold War, Comparative and Transnational Perspectives. The plan is the same like during the session before, so we will have 15 to 20 minutes long presentations and then discussion after each paper. And I have to say that I'm really excited about this session named Research on Samizdat and Digital Tools. And it's great pleasure to welcome here Dr. Jessie Labov. Jessie is a resident fellow in the Center for Media, Data and Society, as well as the Director of Academy and Institutional Development at McDaniel College in Budapest. And she worked on a variety of digital humanities projects, and her recent publishing projects include accredited volume with Frederica Kań-Kovács, Samizdat, Tamizdat and Beyond, Transnational Media During and After Socialism, and a monograph entitled Transatlantic Central Europe, Contesting Geography and Redefining Culture Beyond the Nation. And for our conference, she prepares a presentation with the title Samizdat as Node, How Can Digital History Reveal the Transnational Underground? So the floor is yours, Jessie.
Thank you. Thanks everybody for coming. And I'm really excited to see the presentations from this morning tonight when I can watch them after having been in exile all morning due to some obligations here. So I want to just warn everybody that this is not going to be a really sexy presentation with lots of network graphs, although the title might make you think it will be. It's instead one of those slightly pedantic presentations about all the things I think we should be doing that we probably aren't yet. But I will try to at least have some visuals to keep you interested in the possibility of digital history research in Samizdat. So I'm going to now try to share the correct screen. It's always a challenge. That looks like it. Okay, that looks right. I just have to get up here and start at the beginning. Okay. Are we good? Yeah, okay. So there's a couple different things I want to touch on here. The main thing is the relationship between the way that we study Samizdat and the way it could work as a node in a larger network. So a lot of the examples I'm going to give are from ongoing projects. And in general, I'll start with, as you can see here, a quick introduction to digital historical studies, but I think that's just going to be 2 or 3 minutes. I recognize many of the names here at this conference, and I know that many of you have been through this drill. So I just in case there's people that don't know what we're talking about when we talk about digital history, it's a quick review. Then I'm going to talk about the practices of working with Samizdat, and by extension, really any topic of historical research, but some specificities to the Samizdat curation. And then kind of a messianic thing about what we should be doing when we think about Samizdat as part of a larger network. And the last thing I'll say about that is that those of you who know me know that for at least a decade, maybe more, I've been talking about trying to create digital historical approaches to Samizdat as a part of a Tamizdat network, as a part of a communication with a wider, let's say, system of underground emigre communication. And what I'm talking about here are basically some paths to doing that I hope to be carrying out in the near future. Of course, I say that with every presentation, and it still hasn't happened, but we're working towards it. So this is about different approaches to digital history, not just digital humanity, but digital history. And I've shown this slide in many contexts, but in this one, I would say that many of the different modes of working with digital products that you can see around the screen are relevant here, but it's really network analysis in the center that I want to focus on. So I'm actually going to skip a little bit of my mapping discussion, but I'd like to point out that most of the work that I've done so far with Samizdat and Tamizdat, and most of the work that I've seen has been in this mapping mode. We want to know where it took place. We want to know, it's very easy to figure out some geolocation information from basic data that we have. And actually, from a kind of an audience point of view, it's, I think, what most interests people in seeing are maps of where Samizdat was produced and where it circulated. So far, that's been kind of the obvious route. But where I'd like to move is to...
Jessie, sorry. Have you started to use your presentation? Oh, no, it's...
Oh, yeah, sorry.
Yeah. Because not
it wasn't sharing?
Yeah.
Let me try again.
Not everybody saw it, so probably we can try it.
Okay, hold on. Let me try one more time. Okay. Yeah, hello. It says I'm sharing another application window. Can you see a PowerPoint or no?
Now for me it's okay. So I think.
And could you change the slides to?
Yeah. Let me try again with. Maybe the problem is when I try to use presentation mode. You can't see it now.
Well, we can see it, but we don't see you changing.
We don't see change slides.
Ah, interesting. Okay. Well, maybe I'll leave it in this view. Let's see. So if I change the slide, can you see it now?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, then I'll just leave it in this view. It's not the most elegant, but I don't care at all. So you can at least see what I'm trying to show you, okay? So more importantly, but really, please do let me know if something gets stuck because I have no way of knowing. There's no screen behind me to check. So these are the different kinds of directional graphs I'm using to show you how I imagine digital history working. But I really want to skim through this quickly because I guess it's not so specific to Samizdat research. It's more of a general orientation. But here is where I'm very interested in thinking about Samizdat. So in general, I would categorize it as a correspondence network because you're very rarely talking about single publications that are simply sent out in a general direction, or rather, it's rather targeted communication from one member of the audience to another. And what we're hoping to see when we're looking at something like a historical network analysis of the whole picture is a presentation, I would think, of how Samizdat circulated and which different spheres of activity it impacted. So most of the projects I'm going to describe at the end of this presentation are specifically interested in that and how the impact of Samizdat then hit other spheres of activity. So more on that soon. Just as a reference of a journal where something like this might appear, the Journal of Historical Network Research, if you're not familiar with it from other travels around digital history, is interested not just in the primary research carried out, but also method. So one of my arguments that I'm going to make about how we can use Samizdat as a node is that it's a particularly good way of illustrating the relationship between unofficial publication or, let's say, alternative cultural activity and a mainstream. And I haven't seen much work of that kind in this particular journal. So one of the things I'm interested in doing is demonstrating how new areas of study could be studied from this network perspective. So moving on, I hope this is big enough for you to see. These are some other examples of digital history debates and resources that you could turn to if you're interested. But what I want to talk about here in my remaining 8 minutes is how we might curate Samizdat in a digital way to actually reuse the byproducts of our research. So here I'll slow down a little bit and try to be more careful in the way I describe it. So the first thing I'd like to think through with you is when we research, when we do traditional scholarly research on Samizdat, when we're digging sources out of the archive, or in some cases, finding digital traces in a digital archive, we cite. And when we cite, we create metadata. That metadata might be about where specifically you find an item, the box, the font, that kind of information. Or it might be about which collections we've turned to discover specific areas. So we create metadata at every turn when we research any topic, but specifically when we research Samizdat. And what we're doing is we're creating relations in what I'm going to call an implied relational database. And then after we do that, it sounds very complicated, but it's actually just citing. We then take that information and we create a new set of relations when someone else uses our work as secondary research. And just to show you what I mean, it sounds very complex, I just mean this. This first area, I've decided to use a piece of Piotr Pacishlik's recent book on Samizdat as my example, so for some intertextuality in this panel. But here we have a citation, which is relating a specific point in the work and a page in a cited text. And here, down here, you can see we have a relation between a specific point in the work and the entire cited work. So it's a larger bibliography. So these are notes, this is a bibliography. My point is that this is a system of, wait for it, metadata use, creation, metadata sorting and curation in this system, and then reuse if I were to come to Piotr's bibliography and look for a citation and then look where I could find it. So that's how our system usually works, right? So what happens if we photograph records in archives, or we download digitized sources from a digital collection, which we do quite a lot? I'm going to argue that what we're doing in our normal research practice is we're creating a digital collection, which becomes implicitly related to what we're doing. So while those same objects existed in the archive, now they also exist in relation to our specific subject, the names, the people, the places, the namespaces in our work, and we're putting those objects from the archive into a new context. And that original meaning, the provenance, is still there and can still be found, but we create new relations, is the point. And I'm going to use an old example of the Parallel Archive platform. I was actually going to link to it and then show you how it worked, but now I'm a little wary of doing that because I just barely managed to share my PowerPoint properly, so maybe we'll just stay here. But I put a link in here, so I'm assuming that if anyone wants to go there, they could follow the link in this PowerPoint. The Parallel Archive is a now defunct, I call it extinct, in fact, I think is a good word for it, platform that existed at Lincoln Open Society Archives in the mid-2000s. And the whole idea was that you could upload your digital sources there, create some metadata about them. You could link your sources to other people's sources. Essentially, you as researcher were taking on this kind of now rather sacrosanct role of curator of digital history. It was a little chaotic, and it required a lot of investment from the researchers involved, and it was very hard actually to convince people in this community to buy into it. I think now in a post-COVID era, it would be a lot more successful, but at that time it really wasn't. But interestingly enough, OSA has moved to a scan-on-demand driven model of digitization, which reflects some of the same principles. In other words, they are scanning documents that researchers need for their work, and therefore that which is digitized is going to be that which is researched. And therefore, implicit relationships will evolve in what is digitized with the research areas that are currently active. Moving on. Another example of where you might see this kind of curation, but at a much higher level, is the Ranka 2 platform developed by the Center for Digital History at the University of Luxembourg. Here, we see an example of source criticism, where you can not just upload a source, but actually build around it a whole apparatus of metadata, but also other kinds of reference to understand more about it. And it's specifically targeting digitized and digital-born sources. This is important to note. So you don't just upload something you happen to have found in your analog trip to the archive. What you're doing is you're building an apparatus around your digital collection that you created, or an existing digitized collection. Okay. One of the reasons it's important is because it makes us think about these byproducts that we create all the time when we work in historical research, but specifically in digital historical research. And it makes us think even about when we use digital-born sources. Okay. moving on. How could Samizdat and Samizdat research then function as a node in a larger network? And what did I even mean by this kind of pedantic title of what we should do next? This is about the reuse of data, fundamentally. And I think this is something I've talked about with a lot of people on a lot of platforms, but I'd like to introduce into this community because I think our subject area, our collective object of study, is a really good example of what can be done with the reuse of data. So if you just think about the logistical problem of what happens to research data when a project is over, and by this I mean large-scale research data, not just a bibliography, it really is a human-centered question, not an infrastructural problem. It's a human-centered question of how connected and how much ownership we feel to that research data, how invested we are in it being used again. We all are very invested in our bibliographies being used again, in our work being used again, because we need to be cited in order to exist and to get paid sometimes. But do we really care about what happens to our data? That's my question. So often, because of the rules that surround us legislatively, we do have to create these very robust plans for what we're going to do to store our data, but we don't have to create plans for how anyone else is going to find it, or anyone else is going to repurpose it, or how any of these successor projects are really going to reuse it. All we have to do is store it and just hope that somebody comes. And part of what I'm advocating for is communication between scholars that work in a specific area to, in fact, communicate towards the end of a project, towards a possible successor project about legacy. And my best example of how this is happening, and pretty much what's taken over my life in terms of research right now, is trying to find ways to upcycle research on the cultural opposition from the Courage Project to the Nape for Dissent project. And now that Nape for Dissent is coming to its natural end as a cost action, happy to talk about that later, I'm looking forward to see who is going to use our data next, the data that has been recycled from the Cultural Opposition Project, Courage. So, how does this work? We have two overlapping teams of researchers working in one subject area. The first was more archival and infrastructural, that was Courage, and Net for Dissent is definitely a more research-oriented project on the whole, in its conception and in its actual activities. But both involve this question of digital history and how to innovate methodologically in the area. So instead of building a whole parallel data universe, what Nape for Dissent has tried to do is upcycle some of Courage's data legacy. And we've used a couple different mechanisms. Probably the most successful so far has been trying to work with Courage data when we actually carry out experiments in the Nape for Dissent context. The bibliography that was inherited from Courage was used very much, I would say, in some of the big literature review that was done in Nape for Dissent. And in the future, I'm just mentioning some of the digital history schools that use some of this data. There's several projects coming up that are going to actually specifically use some of this research on the cultural opposition. And let me give you, I just listed them here, but since I'm really short on time, I'm not going to talk about each one, and I really can't talk about the ones that are simply at the proposal stage, but I'm going to give you just a picture of how that's working. The way that I'm trying to locate, in particular, Samizdat metadata is in the relation of publications that were underground with waves of emigres who traveled abroad. So looking at 2 or 3 big Samizdat bibliographies, it will be in the Polish and Czech context, but most specifically in the Hungarian one. What we're trying to do is link them to sources on emigre work. We're also doing this with translations, and translations into Hungarian, as well as translations of other texts outside of Hungary, as well as the republication of well-known Samizdat essays abroad in different languages. So this is just an example of how we can use the data that has been produced, has been collected, and is the product of past research to create a wider network of activity and hopefully one day to actually be able to trace how it circulates. So that's what I have to say today. thank you for your attention, and I'm sorry that I did such a bad job of sharing my PowerPoint. I will have to practice in Google Meet in the future.
Jessie, thank you so much for inspiring ideas, notes, and questions which you have presented to us. Now we have about 10 minutes for discussion, so I open it and let's go. Or Jessie, if you would like to show us some more examples from your presentation, we can wait probably for some questions, and in between you can show us some more examples probably.
Sure, of course. So one thing I could do, which would be quite easy, is to talk a little bit more about the Emigrate Europe project. It's just kicking off now, and I don't have a fancy website to show you because it's just starting, but this is a project which is led by a combination of people based in the Benelux countries and in Central Europe. So essentially what's happening is we took this larger question of how you could trace an Emigrate project and in let's say, a region outside of Central Eastern Europe, and we located it specifically in the Benelux area. And that was because of a specific funding mechanism, the SALSA grant, which comes out of the Catholic University of Leuven. Okay, so before it sounds like a commercial, let me tell you what we're doing. What we're interested in finding is looking in the sources about émigrés from Central Eastern Europe in the Benelux countries first, and looking for examples of impact on the local communities there. So where specific émigré groups were publishing, were active in social organizations, and the governing question of the project is how much of an effect did the, especially waves of émigrés between more or less 1933 and 1989, how did they impact civil society in those Benelux countries? Where I come into it is a very deep interest in trying to pull some of the metadata from those projects and relate them to those same bibliographies that we have all been working with here in the region. So I'm invested in the question, but more invested in the data, if we're going to be frank. And that's why. Now you know. Other questions?
So, any questions? Or probably we can wait. Oh, Gabina Romanova.
Hello, everybody. I actually don't have any special question. I just want to thank Jessie for this presentation, because the way how she explained that we are able to work with the data, even well, in the digital form, even with the material like Samizdat, it's very helpful for our coming presentation. So I'm very happy I don't have to do it by myself, because I wouldn't have much time for it. So thank you, Jessie, for it. It was brilliant. Thank you.
Well, I'm glad to serve as a kind of, I noticed I was first in the session. I thought I should do some introductory work.
Perfect, perfect.
So the next one is Gabor.
Yes, thank you very much for this wonderful presentation. And it made me think also about my own projects, because recently I tried to just trace the sources on basis of which a Hungarian independent publisher house were operating or working and publishing Samizdat texts. And actually it was not easy, because trace back some sources, and I had also the endpoint where this usually émigré sources were published in Hungary as an underground publication. And what was really challenging is how can I reconstruct some information channels, for example, transnational information channels. And that's why my question is, how do you deal with the lack of data? And how many gaps do you see in your projects which should be filled somehow? This is a very, very basic question, just kind of abstract way of articulating my own project problems as well.
Well, I'm very glad you asked, because one of the presentations I'm most looking forward to is yours, actually, for this reason, that what I have found in my gentle investigations of what information exists here in Hungary is mostly lists of publications within a single journal, or the results, as you pointed out, that which was eventually published abroad or brought through Radio Free Europe. So in other words, it was quite hard to find any comprehensive bibliography, of course, of what was published underground here, because I don't think that kind of structural work has been done. It sounds like you're doing it. But the context I would bring to this question of incomplete data is the fact that some of the first networks of correspondence that were developed were done around medieval studies, in which incomplete data is simply part of the field. What they're looking at is often an archive which at one point was burned and then reconstructed by finding sources from other monasteries and brought over. So they're always dealing with incomplete data, and they were never trying to be comprehensive, because medieval scholars have lost that, never had that as a goal. What they're always trying to do is look at least for enough information that you can create a pattern. And that's what I would say we would probably do in this case. If you're thinking about numbers, and if you think about the circulation of a typical, let's say, social science journal, they're not huge, and they're not going to. It's not going to have an impact of, like, it's a standard social science journal of, let's say, 30,000 subscribers. It's going to be much smaller. Yet we still do trace all kinds of intellectual histories from its output. And my theory about Samizdat is very similar, is that even if the numbers are small, and even if we're only talking about maybe 3 or 4 journals that are consistently publishing, and maybe sporadic evidence, small bits of evidence of other kinds of underground publishing, we know from tracing their republication that they had a large impact. So my feeling is that we don't have to go for the big data picture in order to show something important. Even at this micro or meso level, we can still show how the communication worked. And I would argue that these kinds of publications have a wider impact than just a generic one or an official one.
Yeah,
thank you for asking.
Thank you.
I really like this discussion, and probably we can continue at the end of this session. And now is the time for Piotr Wciślik and his presentation named Size is Not Everything, Exploring Polish and Czechoslovak Unlicensed Print Cultures with Mixed Methods of Intellectual History and Digital Humanities. Some words about Piotr. He is Assistant Professor and Deputy Director of the Digital Humanities Center of the Institute of Literary Research of the Polish Academy of Sciences. His current work combines intellectual history of dissent and bibliographic data-driven methods in digital humanities. And you have probably heard about his most recent book, which is Dissident Legacies of Samizdat Social Media Activism, Unlicensed Print Culture in Poland, 1976 to 1990s. So size is not everything. Piotr, the floor is yours.
Yeah, I'm very glad to be back. Let me start this presentation with this problem that's been bothering me a lot, and this is this question of comparison and the incommensurability. And it always, and I'm very glad that Jan's presentation was before mine, because he also introduced you to the topic. And then, so like this problem of incommensurability always appears when we ask this very common question: can Samizdat serve as an umbrella term encompassing different unlicensed print cultures? And this question of scale is where the umbrella comes apart, because, you know, like incommensurability of quantitative output is said to translate into a different quality. I mean, you just when you kind of compare data, and again, I know that you know, like we're always there is no kind of close to definitive answer on how big the Czechoslovak scene was, but these are the kind of numbers that you can find in secondary literature. But even if you kind of disregard, like even if they are not you know, like final, you just also have to consider that in terms of print runs, it was just big. I think like Jan wrote in one of his articles that like one issue of Robotnik, the you know, the Samizdat journal, Polish Samizdat journal from the 70s was producing, as you know, like quantitatively it was producing as much as the entire like Czechoslovak Samizdat in terms of quantitative output. So there is also discussion among scholars of Czechoslovak licensed print culture whether this should count as Samizdat, but it's all, and there's like this discussion is vivid. My sense is that it's not kind of, there's no good answer. Polish historians and as Jan mentioned tend to say that we are a case apart. So like here you have like, I just did this sketchy distinction between like the extra Gutenberg phenomenon and the really quite Gutenberg methods of industrial methods of printing in Poland. Also, when you look from the political economy perspective, you normally describe, and I think Gabor did that in one of the articles, as a kind of like, you know, like a gift exchange, like so a gift economy when it comes to Samizdat. And in case of Poland, you debate more, you know, like the existence of this culture as an actual market. So, and then because of this incommensurability, it kind of sucks up most of our energies. I mean, most of the kind of like articles that I've read that make this kind of comparative attempt basically focus on explaining why it went into different directions, and we have well, three major established patterns of explanation, which is first the happy sad Barak argument. I mean, like the argument about liberalization. Then we have the resistance versus accommodation argument, which is basically the argument that Polish case was exponentially bigger because the social movement behind it was exponentially bigger. And also we have the legalist argument, which is about basically different. I mean, both this, like the broader dissident culture, which where in both cases, like the rule of law was an important value, but well, the Czech dissident thinkers had a very like kind of defensive interpretation of what legalism means, and Polish ones were much more like assertive in this area. And I mean, we can talk about these arguments in you know, like Q&A's part of this intervention. What I want to say here that these patterns are really not you know, pushing us further beyond what we already know. We are explaining, like we are trying to figure out something new, and then we relapsed to kind of what is known, right? We try to explain what we're trying to get at by something that is kind of we already know, because we know that, like, you know, patterns of relaxation and repressions were there, that there were different movements. It's all kind of known facts. But my main problem is, I mean, and it's true, but we don't move away from that. So, like, how can digital humanities help? So I'm gonna so this is what I'm going to focus on. For this presentation, I'm using mostly Polish National Library database of Samizdat book, which is also an imperfect source, but again, we can discuss that later. But I also wanted to take this occasion to have a little bit of dialogue with Czech researchers who research on Samizdat, and in particular, I want to pick up on this idea by Jiří Grusha of movement of titles, and by Tomáš on secondary Samizdat, and the honorable mention, since I just kind of I thought, like, because of the occasion I will focus on the Czech scholars, but many of these things are also implied in Jessie Labov's book on Transatlantic Central Europe and what she calls the Samizdat system. So movement of titles, I mean, it kind of like, in a visual way, it works like this. What Grusha was mentioning is that we should not study Samizdat as a self-contained phenomenon, because there's always a movement, like the Samizdat works published originally for Samizdat are being republished. There is, but apart from this kind of quarrel, like of original works, there's also always much more traffic, like pre-war or like old books are being republished in Samizdat license. There is this movement of people who are writing, and both Hrabal and Seifert are kind of great examples of authors who published, both in Samizdat and in official circulation. And of course, there's the there is the exchange, there is the traffic between exile and Samizdat. And so my question here is this: is there a pattern of flow specific to each of the print cultures, and what we can learn about its respective peculiarities? I mean, just to say it from the beginning, it's not, I have a few conjectures, but it's not really, it's only kind of, I would just show the kind of the Polish part of the pattern, but I would like to inspire my Czech colleagues to perhaps respond to this with the kind of parallel argument. So and the second thing I was inspired by is Tamás's idea of secondary Samizdat, by which he meant more or less all the other publications which are not originally Samizdat, but which share with Samizdat either the excommunicated status. I very much like the concept of excommunication in terms of books, or is distribution flow, which means books which were banned post facto, pre-war editions that were, like banned from circulating, Samizdat works, but also bootleg copies, like just xeroxes of whatever comes around, often made for commercial purposes. So we have all this environment in which Samizdat exists, and is there a specific way in which Samizdat talks to its environment? So this is how it basically looks in Polish case, based on National Library data. So if you see here, you have all of the record. We have 6,500 editions recorded, and out of which almost a half, 43%, are not works published originally in Samizdat. They are either translations or reeditions. And there is a small overlap, because like there are some books that are coded as both translation and reedition. And then there is this big dot, which I will just tell you what it is in a moment. But the first thing you can see from this kind of very top-down panoramic view is that Polish unlicensed print culture was not very creative. That most of it was, I mean, almost half of it was produced, recycled from elsewhere, right? And then you'll see when you see the inside what is the re-edited work, you see that like almost 75% of it are reprints from exile publications, and then 15%, the other 15%, almost 15%, are reprints of other Samizdat works. And there is also kind of a huge, like a substantial cohort of basically old books, like pre-war books that were republished in the 70s and in the 80s. And then when you go like still deeper, and you'll see which exile publishers produced, I mean, were reprinted the most. So these are, you can see here the exile publishers with 10 or more editions in Polish Samizdat. You can see the kind of like, like the dominance of the Jerzy Giedroyć Instytut Literacki and his journal Kultura. So yeah, so like his presence here. So here's the dot. Again, so Jerzy Giedroyć accounts for almost 10% of everything that was circulating in Polish Samizdat. So I think it's a great, it's very insightful to see and to kind of like change our understanding on what Samizdat was in the Polish case was about. And then you have the publishers, and in which like kind of like with 5 or more editions, and here you can see that these are mostly like the the publishers that we know were the kind of like the major ones. But the interesting thing is that when you compare the reeditions of Samizdat works and the exile works, here like the Samizdat works are much more balanced. So in a sense that like Instytut Literacki here clearly occupies a lot of ground, and basically you have like around, I think these were around 12 guys with more than 10 reeditions, and then the all other category, which lumps together like occasional prints, like books that were republished just 1 or 2 times. It's small, and here in the case of Samizdat, it's much more even. My hypothesis here that when like underground publishers were republishing stuff, they were much more observant with kind of with the rights, intellectual rights, but also kind of respecting the effort of their fellow Samizdat publishers, and it was somehow easy to take like an exile book, especially by Instytut Literacki. And here you have this other big category. These are translations. And when it comes to translations, you can see like clearly like a Cold War pattern. So like 1/3 of it is in English, and the other 1/3 is in Russian. So I think it like kind of, you can see how this like the Samizdat environment is kind of geared into observing this kind of like the great power rivalry here in the realm of ideas. But then we have a decent presence of both literature in Czech and Slovak languages, and in Hungarian, even though I don't have it on the slide, but in the Hungarian case, most of it is actually translated from another language. So like the original source language is Hungarian, but it's translated from either German or French or etc. And then I want to kind of, you know, like finish with the Czechoslovak case. I mean, this is kind of like a timeline of the work, like books that were produced in Samizdat, but I have to skip it because we don't have time. What is important is that here, you know, like these are four most important, like mostly reproduced, reprinted authors, and you can see there is no surprise here. But I made a little research into how this less known authors arrived into Polish Samizdat, and guess what? So this is just one micro example, and then we'll go kind of like I know I'm jumping, like I'm changing scales constantly in this presentation, but here is this kind of this one of the earliest instances of Czech text being printed in Polish Samizdat, which is this apocryphal conversation between Jan Teren and Józef Smrkowski, who is a close associate of Dubček, but in reality, so this was like kind of like an interview which was published in Świadectwie in '74, but it's not really an interview. This was all written by Jiří Lederer, like it was just like kind of like a apocryphal dialogue. But this apocryphal nature gets you know, reproduced. So like when you see this text is from, like, it's the enter, like the header for the edition from the annex, which is an exile journal, and says like that this is kind of actually like it doesn't correct the you know, like it doesn't contextualize the text. It doesn't say that Jiří Lederer wrote this. It still kind of reproduces this story about this being a conversation between Smrkowski and Jan Teren. And the fun thing, so like this text arrives to Poland from Świadectwie in Paris. First, it's being reprinted in annex, and then and only then it has a kind of reedition in Poland by the Niezależna Oficyna Wydawnicza. And when you look into those cases of less known authors, I mean, you know, like nobody had a problem in taking, you know, the latest by Hrabal or by Havel or by Munasz, but where Vladimir Trzeszniak comes from, or where Martin Harnicek with his vegetarian dystopia comes from. So as you can see, they all come to Poland via exile Czech publisher. So Jan Pelc and Trzeszniak come through Index. Sorry. Harnicek and Skwareczki, which is not kind of like, he's the owner of the publishing house, so that's not a but they come through the 68 publishers. So there is this kind of background networking work that is going on abroad. And this is the funniest case I found, because Czechoslovak exile literature was also mediating works that were not Czechoslovak. So we have, and this is the case of Dürrenmatt's short story, which is called The Fall, or Upadek, or Der Sturz, which was actually produced by an exile publisher, Konfrontacja, who was not, well, the Konfrontacja is known for publishing the first version of Czech language version of Gulag Archipelago. But otherwise, like in this case, their interest was not kind of, subversive at all. They were basically trying to tap into a Polish exile, book buying market, like into Polish culture. So they decided to print a book in Polish. And they got this Stanisław Andrzej Owsianko to translate Dürrenmatt into Polish, and they printed it in Zurich. And only from there since I think it was just like easily available at hand, after like between 1980 and 89, we have like 30 editions of it in total. So it was a huge success that came, totally by accident. It came because a Czechoslovak exile publisher just wanted to kind of tap into a Polish exile market. And what all this tells us about not only like the comparison between Czechoslovak and Polish print cultures, but also about really how they communicated, right? So this is my slide. So like this is Instagram. That's my last slide. So this is Instagram versus reality. This new genre of digital communication. This is how we like this photo presenting, Michnik and Kuroń and Havel there, and Macierewicz and Jan Lityński. This is how we think.
As well.
And Kubica. And this is how we usually tend to think Polish-Czechoslovak contact with dissidents work, that they were just all sitting together and communicating, like they were in direct contact, like in the Śnieżka summit. But what this data reveals, that it's actually like how it really worked, is that what this respective alternative cultures knew about each other was via this mediating work of the exiles. So I think I'm gonna stop here. Thank you, and looking forward to your questions.
Thank you so much, Piotr, for your amazing presentation. And I think we were all interested because we all deal with the problem how to get behind the established patterns and how to go behind what we already know. And you showed us how to do it, the way how to do it probably, and how exciting could be tracking the books. So I'm not sure about the discussion and the people in discussion, but Janek Olášek is the first with this question.
Thank you, Piotr, for your very inspiring speech. It seems to me that multi-directional relationship between Polish Samizdat and Tamizdat should be emphasized in this project, because now is this direction from emigration to country. But I would like to draw your attention to the category of text which were created in the country by people connected with Samizdat, but their books for the first time was published in exile, and immediately or even almost at the same times in the country, in Samizdat. Such situations were many books and many important books from the country. Jan Józef Lipski, Dwa patriotyzmy, Books of Roman Ziman, Stefan Kisielewski, Andrzej Szczypiorski, Hanna Kral, Jerzy Holzer, Wojciech Giełżyński, Jacek Trznadel. These all books in their statistic will be original books from exile, but for true they wrote it for both exile and samizdat in the country. For example, Jacek Trznadel, Hańba domowa. First fragments of this book was published in the Samizdat newspaper in the country. Then whole book was published in exile, and then whole book was republished, but it was a very short time in the country. And if it difficult, in my opinion, it's difficult to say that there's books of these authors was only reprints of exile publications. You said about Jerzy Giedroyć, and in some cases this Giedroyć published something first because he don't want to publish to republish something, because he must be first, and month after it was published in country in Samizdat. And I think that we can find so many publications in these situations that it's hard to say what was first, or that it could distort the statistic. And I want to give you one example connected with Czechoslovakian samizdat. It is described in the latest issue of Literatura na świecie. That there is a story from 80s in Literatura na świecie. It was Polish official magazine. In the 80s was printed some text written for the Czechoslovak samizdat before it could be published in Czechoslovakia in samizdat. So it was originally written for the Czech samizdat, but formally it was a reprint from official Polish circle. So I want to say about to defense the samizdat. It was not so not. It was more original that someone can say after your words.
Well, I mean, we need to first, like, it's perhaps, you know, I mean, like, I didn't want to turn this presentation into a classical digital humanities presentation, because we, you know, like the schema is that we mostly talk about our data and how we message them and what does it mean, and then like we don't never get to talk about what it really what is the insight. But to do this now, like it's two different cases, Jan. I checked Trznadel. Trznadel features only, like, there are three editions of Hańba domowa. Only one of them features as a reprint in Biblioteka Narodowa Records, and this is because it is data that is drawn from the publisher themselves says, right? If the book, if it's written in the book that it was a reprint, then they recorded. It was not that the bibliographer was deciding, you know, like just arbitrarily, this is a reprint, or this is not a reprint. So cases like Trznadel, when they are originally produced in Poland are not in this thing at all. But then giving justice to your comment, I think this was just basically built, like this presentation is built on data as I found it, right? But then I'm sure first that since this information about reprints is not it's not the kind of like the obligatory fields they have to do. I feel that I would find more reprints which are not marked as reprints in this database, but also the other way around. You're right that you would have to study whether a reprint had kind of an earlier Samizdat edition, because so this data does not mean. It means that something was republished from an exile source. It doesn't mean that it was the first the first kind of like the first edition of the work, and I think it's also the case that like you just have to think about in a way the handiness of kind of even retyping something from a Kultura book versus retyping a dirty Samizdat book. I mean, so like it's very convenient in many many ways. But I think like the interesting thing, what really interests me here is not and this is a question I have to the Czech colleagues, whether such data about Czechoslovak books exist, and whether the proportions would be different, whether they would have more, because what you find in like in secondary literature is that this things that well, like the Czechoslovak Samizdat was smaller, but and this is I think what you've written, right? But it was more original in the sense that more of it were brilliant works, and there were more brilliant artists working in it, and it was kind of really literary culture, a literary print culture. Whereas, as I defend in my recent book, I have an impression that Polish Samizdat was much more of a social media culture, in a sense that the very act of kind of passing along, sharing stuff, rather than was the important thing, and not the original, like the creativity of the author. So I will stop here because we're grossly over time.
Okay, Jesse, would you like to add the last comment, or it was just written only in the chat? Okay. Once again, Piotr, thank you very much. And now I would like to welcome here the team of the bibliographers from the Institute of the Czech Literature of the Czech Academy of Sciences, which consists of 3 people, who are going to have the presentation Czech Literary Samizdat in Comparative Perspective, Data Analysis of the Bibliography of Czech Literary Samizdat. The members of the team are Wojciech Malínek as Director of Czech Literary Bibliography Research Infrastructure. Wojciech runs several infrastructural projects on the field within the last decade, and he is interested in the bibliographical data in any aspect, like data processing, methodological issues, data management, or data-driven research. Anna Gnot is the leader of the current bibliography section and a member of the Global and Digital Literary Studies Lab at the Institute of Czech Literature. And in the center of her scientific interests are autobiographical literature, archival studies, and Czech-Polish literary relations. And the third member of the team is Gabriela Romanova, a leader of the literary Samizdat Bibliography section, which is operating within Czech Literary Bibliography. And she is an author of a book on Edice Expedice edition, and also she co-edited with Tomáš Glanz an anthology of studies on Samizdat literature. So, Wojciech, Anna, Gabriela, the floor is yours.
Well, does everybody hear me? Hello?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. And do you see my shared screen?
Yes.
Yes. Perfect. So we can start. So my name is Gabriela Romanova. I welcome you very cordially here to our presentation. At the beginning, I'm going to tell you something about our Samizdat bibliographic project, and I will give you a short introduction to the tool of statistical modeling of our data. Anya, then after me, will tell you how our data can be processed in Node-GOAT environment, and Vojta at the end will finish our presentation with more detailed graphs. So, at first, let me introduce you our project. We started in the year 2016 with the producing of records of articles excerpted from Czech Samizdat magazines. That means Samizdat periodicals published between 1948 and 1990. Until now, we harvested 167 magazines, which means over 15,000 articles. This year in April, we started to process also non-periodical anthologies, while the magazines are still proceeding. What is the material we are working with like? We had to make a selection, so we work only with thematically oriented material. That means that you see here the list of topics we are oriented on. So we are working, or we processed magazines focused on literature, theater, film only with the literary base, because we are doing the project within the Institute of Czech Literature. So we are very specifically oriented, but we are trying to do the cultural overview. So we also take philosophy, history, and music when the article is oriented to the lyrics, not to music theory, but when there are some lyrics added to the article, we also took it and put it into our database. The genres we have in our database of the articles are poems, stories, essays, script studies, and reviews, as you can see here. And how actually our database looks like for the user, for those who want to search through our database. I guess plenty of you know this viewer. It is called Viewfind, and we use Mark 21 format for processing the records. Just a short describing. You see the list of records here. It consists of title of the article, the information about the author. So this was by Petr Pavlovsky. Then you have a source, which is actually the bibliographical quotation, and a short annotation. So it is the summary about the article, or the summary of the article. This might not shock you, but might not be that pleasant slide for you, but I'm not gonna explain you what all these numbers mean. I just wanted to show you that when you click on the specific item in the database, you got a detailed information about the record. And for our purposes, important are that the record is made or consists of metadata, which allow the tool to choose only some separate information and sort the records or the information according to a specific value. So you see that the Mark 21 format is structured into different numbered fields, and they just mean, well, you can sort it, for example, according to which language the article was translated from and who was the author, and so on and so on. So this is for you to understand that the bibliographical record actually in this digital form looks a little bit differently than just the written bibliographical quotation. And if we have such a good structured database, we can allow to make statistics, because the system is able to pick the information important for us. Now I will skip for the graphs. So this is, everything is online accessible. So if you'd like to work with our database, it is completely open. I'm sorry that this is only in Czech, but I hope I will be able to explain you what I wanted to show you. I'm just gonna tell the quickest overview which I have time for. Here I prepared for you sorting the number of articles, the amount of articles published in Samizdat magazines during the times between 1951 and, as you can see, 203, which is not surprising, I would say. The obvious or the common hypothesis is that the most Czechoslovak periodicals were published between 1979 until the Velvet Revolution, which we can perfectly see here. Our database kind of proves that, yes, we have here over 2,000 articles published in 1989, and then there is a huge, oh, sorry, then there is a huge gap after the year 1990. This is nothing surprising, I would say, but what can be more interesting, which is visible from our database, is comparing of persons who published in Czechoslovak Samizdat magazines and persons who were the topic of the articles written or published in Samizdat magazines. Here I'm showing you the authors, and you might expect that the most, the author who published the most in Samizdat was, I don't know, Václav Havel or Ludvík Vaculík or somebody who is well known. But the truth is not like this. You see that on first rank here, there is Josef Stoger with 334 articles. And this is, for me, it was a surprise. But on the other hand, if you know Josef Stoger, you know why that is, because this man founded dozens of self-made do-it-yourself magazines, and he was actually the only one who contributed into these magazines. And but he is really on the not actually in the center of the kind of classical, if I can say, Samizdat production. So if we didn't have this kind of visualization, we might forget some points in our research, which can be also important. But this is, I mean, this is the good example of how the database can help to start a research or give a proof of some hypothesis or something like that. On the other hand, there is the graph of persons who were discussed in Samizdat magazines, and now I would say the results are more or less expectable, because Václav Havel is on the first rank here, Ivan Martin Jerous and Bohumil Hrabal, and second and third place, which is, I would say, nothing surprising, but well, I just wanted to show you that those tools can somehow kick our research and sometimes correct the hypothesis, which doesn't have to be correct without those tools. So I think this is just an top of the iceberg of the statistical model. As you can see here, we have plenty of criteria we can just search through. Here, for example, we have reviewed magazines, reviewed in Samizdat articles. So this is, I would like to stop here, because there are two more speakers waiting for their chance to tell you something. But I hope you just got what I wanted to introduce to you. Thank you.
Możesz jeszcze jedną sobie włączyć.
Okej.
Nie chcesz?
Nie, dziękuję. I hope that you hear me. And what's more important, that you see my screen. Yes, we all see it. And thank you, Gabina. I would like to start with a very short note that after this introduction, you might have some general picture of content, of time frame, and general method of work with bibliographical records in database of Czech literary Samizdat. But I think the greatest value of this presentation, which we would like to share with you, it is putting a stress on our attempt that we would like to provide tools and solutions for users of our databases, both beginners and professionals, to enrich their research, to dig deeper in the structure of data that we provide, by using the tools that we are able to create ourselves, like analytical module, or tools which we were able to observe how to use. Okay, it's some other discussion in the chat, which we can observe how to use in the research of different scholars. And basically, I couldn't be more grateful from the fact that before me, the speakers was Jesse, Piotr, and also Gabina, because they introduce some things about which I would also like to say, and also to present basically our first data set visualization in the node-code research environment. This environment we were introduced for the first time on one of the events which Jessie mentioned in her presentation in Budapest in 2019. And also thanks to cooperation with Piotr on the database of Polonika in Czech Samizdat, we could enlarge a bit a scope of Samizdat database and enrich it by the entries of translations, informations about political, literature, cultural life in Poland, which was reflected in Czechoslovakia under communist regime. And as you can see on your screens, you can find more details about this project on our website. There you can also find the entries to the database, so I won't explore it more. And I will go right to the node code. For basically that, what I would like to show you, it's rather an exercise, very small sample of what we could do in this environment. And in certain point, it meets things about which Gabina already mentioned when we try to compare the amount of journals in our database. It's basically the same graph as you already seen. The situation is a bit different when the visualization focused on the geo representation of particular journals published in Czechoslovakia, and those journals which we, of course, have in our databases, where we cannot be surprised that Prague is in the center and has a certain common points with another cities like Brno or Bratislava, and simple geolocalization, it's nothing special. But I tried to go a little bit deeper and focus on basically on entries which are translations from Polish into Czech language in the years 1988 and 1989. And again, I'm very happy about the fact that Piotr already emphasized some of these things, especially in the circulation between exile literature and Samizdat literature, because even if my data set was very small, include around 50 entries, we can also see here that in those 2 last years of communistic regime in Czechoslovakia, we can see Prague as a center who is rather connected with Paris in the matter of translation from Polish literature and other disciplines than with Poland background. This is a rather domain of regional Samizdat, and also here a huge role play basically a lack of information and the fact that with many sources we are not able to say where it was published or when. The graph also nicely show the connections between certain journals. Also very nicely we see here the role of the only anthology which was published in this time, which create the structure more complex, and even if we have my tendency to see this central point also as a Pragocentric, it doesn't have to be like this, because this relation between center and periphery doesn't play such a significant role here. And on the last graph, of course, also years 88 and 89 are most represented because they were of greatest focus of my interest, and the last years on the scale are basically reflected the source publication of source journal from which translated texts were taken. So as also Gavina mentioned, there are visible some tendency which might be obvious, and also on this micro scale, which mentioned Jesse. And for the more detailed view into structure of datasets in our database, I would give a floor to Vojta. And thank you, everyone, for attention.
Okay, thank you, Anya. I will try to share my slide, but as far as I'm looking on the time, I think that I'm starting slightly over the time, so I will be trying to be as short as possible, not to get us lost in the time. Basically, I won't describe the dataset parameters. I would like to share with you some micro perspective graphs of our data bibliographical database of Samizdat records. We were trying to enrich our data by categories of gender, by the years of birth of the authors, by the age of the author and the year of publication, and we were also trying to distinguish between let's say Samizdat authors, that means that the people who are active in Samizdat, and the non-Samizdat authors, that means the people who are translated or reprinted in some Samizdat periodica. So based on this, I can show you following graphs on tables. I will try to be really short. This is the distinction between Samizdat people, as you can see in the left column, and the non-Samizdat people in the right column. Maybe that right column is a little bit more of importance or more interesting. As you can see, the most frequent non-Samizdat people are paradoxically French surrealists. Also the representatives of Polish dissident culture, or let's say the authors which are in the gray zone, or in not as much welcomed by the official regime, such as Vladimír Holan or Ladislav Krima or Jakub Deml or František Halas. So this is first distinction. Then I want to show you a graph of the average age of these Samizdat authors. Based on the year of publication, you can see that this average age somehow oscillate around 40 years of age, and is slightly increasing toward the end of the 80s. But I suppose this fact is slightly influenced by the fact that in the end of the 80s, we have quite a lot of people who has already started to publish, or who are in the or who has signed their articles with pseudonyms. So we are not able to identify their year of birth. So maybe this could be the fact which is influencing the data. So this is to average age. I was also trying to map the share of the authors in Samizdat per gender. And it is quite obvious from this statistic that the female authors creates something around 50 or 20% of the Samizdat production, and that this share or this ratio is quite stable during the years, and there is no strong tendency of decreasing or increasing. So this is next observation I want to share with you. The next one, and this is the maybe more interesting comparison, is a comparison of average age of male and female Samizdat authors. And I think from this perspective, where the male are marked with the gold columns and the females with blue columns, you can quite obviously see that the average age of male authors was always a little bit higher than the female. And especially in the middle of the 80s, the difference was higher than 5 or oscillates between 5 to 7 years, which is quite an interesting difference. Don't know why, but basically the data are speaking quite clearly in this aspect. I was also trying to map in which age the people start to print or start to publish in Samizdat, depending on gender. And here you can see that also the situation quite differs. On one hand, the male author started to be active, let's say, after the 20 years of age. But the female author starts to be more active, let's say, between 30 and 40 years of age, which is also some gap or some difference which might be researched or studied in a more detail. So this is as to the number of records per age. And I was also trying to filter the same data on the poetry records. That means in which age people are writing or publishing poems in Samizdat magazines and journals. And the difference here is also quite interesting because we can see that the male authors are, let's say, writing poetry or publishing poetry in Samizdat since their early youth up to the I don't know 50 years of age, but the female authors started to write, let's say, in 20 or 22 years of age, which is the highest peak of their production. But let's say after 45 years of age, female or women writers somehow stop to write the poetry. Don't know why. It is some observation which can be made on data. Next thing, which was quite surprising for me, as I was trying to map out the age of the authors in the moment of publication, you can quite clearly see the gap between, let's say, the people in, let's say, between 30 and 40 years of age, and the people between 50 and 60 years of age, and the people between 40 and 50 years of age. Here is quite a significant decrease. And I was thinking why it happens, and what is the reason for that. And I was trying to map it on the distribution of the articles per the year of publication. Here you can quite clearly see that most of our articles, or one half, was published in the second half of the 80s, and 3/4 were published during the 80s. So this was one fact I was trying to take into account. And the second one is the general, let's say, statistical or sociological profile of Czech population. Here you can see that Czech population, there are few, let's say, population waves. One peak is on the beginning of 20s, and the second one is during the 40s. And as I was trying to combine this graph and this line with the line from this graph I have shown to you, I have made following observation, or maybe it can justify the hypothesis I have. Here you can see that the tendency in the general population, which is going in the gold line, and in the Samizdat authors, are going against each other in the case of the population or born in 1930s, which might be the people who were active around Charta 77, basically the generation of Václav Havel, Ludvík Vaculík, and people like that. But the people who were born during the 40s were not so much active during the or in the Samizdat communication, and I think basically that this reason is given by the fact that this generation of people born between 1940 and let's say 1945-7 were much more changed their home after the 68. That means that is the wave of exile, that the people born in these years have moved or has left Czechoslovakia after 68. And then you can see that the people who were born, let's say, in the late 40s and during 50s and first half of 60s is also more active in the Samizdat movement and in Samizdat production. So I think that from this comparison of these two tendencies, we can quite clearly see, let's say, two generation of Czechoslovak Samizdat. And maybe if I may finish with the last slide or with the last graph I have present, it is the graph which should show the share of the publication places of the Samizdat articles. And here with the golden color, you can see the golden Prague. And I think that this graph can demonstrate quite obviously that the Czech or Czechoslovak Samizdat was really intensively Prague-centered, that the Prague always plays an important role in the Samizdat circulation. And also it might show that Prague is some indicator of the next development, because if we are discussing or looking closely on the situation in 1977, here you can see that the Prague makes almost 90% of production, and the years after that, the cities on the regions or in the regions are becoming more active. But around 1985 and 1986, with Glasnost and Perestroika, maybe Prague is becoming once again more active, and the regions are following this tendency with, let's say, 2 or 3 years of delay. So basically, these are in a nutshell the observations I have made based on data of our bibliography, and I would like to thank you for your attention.
May I ask a question? The red one is Ostrava, the second most.
Yeah, I will show the screen once again. If I may comment it a little bit. This red one, I think it's really surprising because these are Zdice, and this is the case of the periodical called The Dim, The Smoke. This is the journal which was released by the group of Czech tramps, which is, let's say, some community in a gray zone, which is not, let's say, the core of the Samizdat community. But this movement or this circle was very active, and it may be the case that one periodical or one journal can influence the data quite a lot.
It was quite massive. That's right.
So this is the case of DIM. Ostrava is here. Maybe next observation I have had that the cities, or let's say the other regional cities such as Brno and Ostrava, or maybe Hradec Králové or České Budějovice, were not as much active. Maybe then the other cities were active in the Samizdat was much more the city on the, let's say, on the countryside, or not the city with, I don't know, population around 100 of inhabitants, but maybe with, I don't know, 10 or 20,000 of the people, which is quite peculiar, but it is happening, I think, based on these data.
Okay, many thanks to our bibliographers from the Czech Literary Bibliography Research Infrastructure. Thank you, Gabina, Anya, Wojciech. You showed us very effectively how to use the bibliographical data and the digital tools, and we don't have so much time for discussion, but there were, as I can see, there were some questions in the chat. So probably Libora would like to comment or add something. If it's still here.
Am I here? Am I here?
Yes.
There now? Yes. Okay, excellent. Yeah, oh, now I can see myself. Wonderful. I mean, I see myself all the time. This is the Zoom things. No, thank you for this talk. I was absolutely spellbound. I was just asking, chatting, because it is a known fact from like 19th century English or 18th century English literature that a lot of men publish under feminine pseudonyms. And so but we also have all these lists of the decoded names, like who really that was in Samizdat. So I was wondering, statistically, whether there is, some possible difference, whether your statistics are the gender of the author as published, or whether it basically refer to the biological sex as known or allocated. And so whether there were some possibly interesting discrepancies, or whether basically just maybe small number and it's not really analytically all that interesting. And my second tiny question, if you remember Valašské Meziříčí, what on earth did they publish in Samizdat? I'd be so interested. Thank you.
So maybe I will try to answer the first question. Basically, our current data are not ready for such analysis, or at the moment I can really map the situation, or if I would be able to identify the author by the gender, then despite of the fact what or which pseudonym does he or she used, I'm able to identify this is male or a woman, but I'm not able to identify if the pseudonym is, let's say, female or male name. It could be a possible question for the future, and we are working on that to be able to enrich our data and to map out such questions. But at the moment, we are not. And concerning Valašské Meziříčí, I'm not sure about if
Anya is sending the link. If I remember it correctly, it was a surrealistic magazine, well, surrealists magazine. But yeah, when you click on the link Anya is sending, you will get more info. Do you read in Czech or not?
Of course I do. Yes.
Yes. Sorry. So that it is only in Czech, this website, but you will understand what it was like.
So probably one more question is possible.
Yeah, I'm checking. Sorry, that Valašské Meziříčí magazine. It was a magazine called Satyr, which was released between 1985 and 1988, and we have 94 records from this magazine.
Yeah, I can send you once again the link to our database, and you can just click through it and play with it as much as you want. You just can put there different kind of criteria to see especially what you would like to research, and then you can click on the chart and it will be so visible for you, and then you got an idea and you will get a Nobel Prize for a perfect research goal.
So once again, thank you very much, my colleagues, for your great presentation. And now Lucie Janotova is waiting for the last presentation of the first day of our conference. Lucie is a PhD candidate in political science and sociology at Scuola Normale Superiore in Florence, Italy. In her research work, she is interested in instances of subaltern artistic activism with a specific focus on the former Eastern Bloc. And she also likes spicing her research up with new innovative methods, venturing into the fields of digital humanities, visual analysis, and filmmaking practices. Her paper, it's named Simplifying Archival Research Through Digital Tools, the Case of the Czechoslovak Underground Movement. And Lucie, the floor is yours. And of course, you have full time for your paper.
Thank you. Can you see the presentation already?
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
Okay, amazing. So I will just go straight in. Hello, everyone. I'm Lucy. I believe that my presentation is going to be a little different because I think I'm perhaps the only sociologist here. So I'm actually not studying literature, and I'm using archival material and specifically two Samizdat underground journals as a source to basically dig deeper into the underground movement that is the main source of my interest as a case study of basically an alternative cultural opposition movement. But I think there is some overlap, especially in the way I'm using digital tools as well. So concerning some outline, I will start with an overview of my research project just to give you some basic idea. Then the troubles I've been encountering with archival material, because originally my research wasn't really supposed to be an archival research, but then the pandemic hit. So I had to basically completely change my whole research project, and decided to do a historical analysis. And as a non-historian starting an archival research, I was met with many troubles that were then overcome actually with digital tools. And I think the way I'm using digital tools is still quite basic. Everything I've learned actually is from Jesse and Piotr and their winter school in January, Cultures of Dissent. So if you have any questions about any specific technicalities, it's definitely for them. And I'm sorry if I failed at anything concerning that. All right. So concerning my PhD project, so I'm focusing on the underground movement, which was a cultural movement that emerged in socialist Czechoslovakia in the second half of the 20th century. Even though scholars disagree about the precise time frame of its activities, I believe that some characteristics can be applied more generally. The roots of this movement can be found in the avant-garde literature and alternative music bands of the 1950s and 60s. So, for instance, poets like Egon Bondy or Ivo Vocedialek and bands like Hell's Devils and the Primitives group, whose unconventional lyrics, stage performances, and absurd poetry capture the surreal reality of the newly established socialist regime. The so-called second generation of the underground then emerged in the 1960s, early 1970s, and already resembled a more coherent social and cultural movement. They were grouped primarily around the alternative rock band called the Plastic People of the Universe, that all of you know, obviously. And their activities already span a much wider range of activities, so ranging from literature, but also to cinema that was already mentioned today with Charodej's work, theater, to the fine arts and music. And later on, they also became very active in Samizdat publishing. The second generation actually founded probably maybe the most prominent underground journal called Vokno, or Window. The first issue was published in 1979. And also the mid-1970s actually marked an important threshold in the history of the movement, because following the constructed political trial with the Plastic People of the Universe and other people affiliated with them, a solidarity alliance was created between the underground artists and the dissidents. And as everyone knows, this obviously led to the foundation of the Charter 77, but maybe what not everyone knows is that the underground actually ended up being the biggest participating group that signed the charter, with 40% of its affiliated members signing it, which is something that I didn't actually know myself before. And finally, the youngest generation of the underground, which emerged in the 1980s, while major figures of the previous generation were either in forced immigration or imprisoned, and they were imprisoned at this stage mostly because their involvement in Samizdat publishing of the Vokno journal. With a slogan, "Out of the ghetto," they called for a more direct political attitude, which was enabled by relatively lower levels of state repression. And at this stage, they also founded their own discussion channel, which was their own Samizdat journal called the Revolver Review. And basically in my project, I'm trying to basically dig deeper into the meaning-making practices of this movement. I'm focusing on the second and the third generation primarily, and I want to mostly work with primary materials. So the best data collection source that presented itself to me was the two underground Samizdat journals, and one of them is Vokno and the other one is Revolver Review. I know there is not that much time, so I will just go over this. However, once I gathered all of the archival material, I have to say that I was a little overwhelmed. As I said, I'm not a historian by training, so I didn't really know how to actually approach this vast amount of data that I suddenly collected. I was doing all of these beginners' mistake of maybe not being sure what I was looking for, and then getting lost, or I had quite a clear idea of what I wanted, and then I was imposing my own ideas maybe on the collections instead of having an open mind and actually allowing it to speak to myself. So I'm hoping that I'm a little better at this. And the second problem was the quality of the material, because as we could hear, I mean, Samizdat journals, especially the underground ones, were really produced with extremely bad technical equipment. It was very often ineligible, or just it really takes me hours often to decipher some of these pages because most of them are not OCR'd or anything resembling that. So I felt the need to, if I'm going to spend all of this time trying to decipher some of this material, I have to at least make the analytical process much more efficient. And that's when the digital tools came to my rescue, honestly. I'm going to be speaking about three open access tools that I've been using myself. There's obviously not enough time for me to tell you exactly how they work, but I'm just going to show you how I use them, and then you can, if you're interested, obviously try them out yourself. One of them has already been talked about a lot today, which is NoteGoat. So I'm going to be speaking very quickly about Google Pinpoint, then about Buoyant, and then about NoteGoat that I'm using probably the most in my thesis. And now to practical examples of what it helped me with. I'm sure that most of you already know all of these things, but maybe just as a refresher or a source of inspiration, hopefully. So as I said, most of the material when I started was not OCR'd. So it was basically just showing me as a JPEG or as a picture. And I'm doing qualitative content analysis. So I'm basically coding text, and I'm coding within the text. And I couldn't have done it if it was just in a format of a picture. And I could not really do it by hand because there is too much data. And just printing it would cost me a fortune. So I had to come up with a different strategy. And then I was introduced to Google Pinpoint, which actually OCRs documents for you. It's not perfect, but compared to the other applications that I tried out, the efficiency is around 70–80% for Czech. And that was amazing because before it was around 30%. So definitely massive recommendation. The second one is database building. So basically having all of these folders and all of these documents all over my laptop was not really helpful. It felt really messy. And starting to use NodeGode actually really showed me how much organizational order can help me out with clarity about my research, and also help me actually think about what my actual research design is. Because once you start building a database, you really have to think about what are the main objects of your research, what are then the main little characteristics that you need to put in, so the sub-objects, and what are then the other categories you're interested in. And I think that really makes research much better, and makes it much more easier to then speak about it with other people, because you really know what you're doing exactly afterwards. NodeGode is also great because apart from textual material, you can also include all kinds of visual materials. So I'm not only doing textual analysis, but also visual analysis of a photographic collection, actually by Jan Sagel, that was also already mentioned today. And I can do it in NodeGode as well. So I just wanted to show you very quickly how my personal research area looks like right now. So I'm basically, what I already included in NodeGode is the first 15 issues of the Vokna journal, which is in total 411 articles. I'm organizing them by article, and I have all kinds of other information there, including the publication date, including what journal it was in, including all of the authors. What NodeGode allows you to do is then to click on each author and see what other articles they wrote, for instance. You can be comparing between cases. And as I said, I'm coding. Unfortunately, my institution doesn't have an institutional access to a qualitative text coder like MaxQDA or Atlas. So I had to come up with something else that was free access, because I don't have budget to be buying institutional licenses to anything. And this is what NodeGode allowed me to do, because I can actually be coding in the program itself. And apart from that, as you could already see last time, you can also do filters and then visual and basically visual analysis. I'm usually using the social analysis just to see which codes are the most prominent and maybe compared over time, etc. I'm going to show you in a second. Another tool I want to speak about was Buoyant, and it comes back to the idea of feeling extremely overwhelmed just by the sheer amount of data that you need to be working with. So apart from the Samizdat journals, I'm also looking at old journal, basically old newspaper articles of the media image of the movement, which is not Samizdat per se, but it speaks to the digital tools bit. So I wanted to just mention it quickly here. And this is just a very simple keyword analysis showing me the 75 most prominent words that were appearing in these newspaper articles. So I basically merged together national coverage articles and international coverage articles of the arrest or dealing with the arrest of the plastic people of the universe and some of the other artists. And just from like the first quick glance, I can get some holistic first idea about what the articles or what the frames used in the articles or the discourse was about. So for instance, in the national one, I can immediately see that they never mentioned the name of the movement. They never actually mentioned the names of the main bands or of the main artists. They're mostly speaking about the West and the Western discourse, you know, like they're basically not really speaking about the people who they arrested in the first place. They're just sort of addressing some hypothetical Western readers who might be offended that they dare to arrest some artists, because that's what the discourse of the articles was about. And then in the international coverage, that's actually translated into Czech from one collection. it's a completely different story. Like here, one of the most prominent things is names like Plastic People or the Underground. We can already see that they're actually speaking about the fate of the movement, so that they're in I don't know, that there is a process led against them, they're in prison, etc. So already just from this, I can start building some kind of hypotheses that then when I'm going into detail in the qualitative content analysis of the articles can guide me a little bit, or I can just see that maybe I was wrong from this holistic picture, but it's very helpful. What When also does is that it shows you relationships between words. So for instance, which word is appearing with which word. So for instance, I don't know, like you would have a name of an artist and then a hooligan next to it, which you would probably expect from a national coverage article, but there are also other things that maybe something unexpected can come up. Then the in-depth content analysis, as I already said, so I'm coding. This is just to show you how basically the process looks like. I have all the information about the article, including the author, including the year of publication. Then I have topics, and then I have the codes and subcodes. Because the OCR is still not perfect, I couldn't actually copy paste the whole the whole content of the article in there and code it sentence by sentence or paragraph by paragraph. So I did that basically in the PDF, and then I'm taking only some examples out just to know for myself. And then with the in-text text, I can actually click on each of these subcodes and see in which other article they've been used, and then I can be comparing it across that as well, maybe see changes across time, etc. And the sixth one, visualizations. I want to speak about visualizations mostly because I believe that many people think that you just use visualizations for the dissemination process or for the publication process afterwards, just to kind of show off and make it nicer with pictures. But I think it's actually an extremely helpful analytical tool as well. So this is filtered out articles published in 1979, and I have them basically ordered by the subcodes. So I can already see that in 1979, the main topics that were appearing in this journal were topics connected to the nature of the regime. So there's going to be things like oppression, police, just generally what it feels like to be living in Czechoslovakia in 1979, or just like a quick rundown of how it felt like to be building the underground in such an environment. Then the second one is definition. So that for me are all the questions around the nature of the movement, what are their goals, etc. Their inspiration is a third one, and so on and so on. And already from building this, I could actually have many more hypotheses again. So for instance, the underground was trying to portray itself as an apolitical movement, but then I actually look at the articles that they are producing, and a lot of them are very political. Like I have politics, I think, is one of the topic categories by which I can also have a look at it and filter it out. And politics is a really massive topic there. And actually, even the literary appendices that they are using, a lot of the poems and everything, it is fairly political. So that's just one of the things. Or I can see that maybe some authors that originally were thought to be just from the third generation were already working under nicknames in the Vokna journal. And for instance, the Topol brothers were very active in it, and they have many articles already published in Vokna before they even founded Revolver Review, etc., etc. So many things that can come up just during the building of the databases and during the visualizations afterwards. And yeah, I think that's it. Thank you very much, and thank you for having me. All right.
Thank you, Lucia, for a wonderful presentation. I think we have to say that underground topic is very popular inside or in the community of Czech historiography. So the new perspective is really needed, I think. And it also your perspective or using this analytical tool also can help us or to cope with the myths and self-myths which are really strongly connected to underground phenomenon in Czechoslovakia. So now I open the discussion. Any questions here for Lucie? Gabina?
I don't know whether Jan was not before me, but okay. If you don't mind, I will just ask the thanks. One technical question, you were talking about a Google Pinpoint. And so you have, at this beginning, you have PDF and it just have, yes. So the PDF format is okay for it.
Yeah. I think also audio formats are fine for it. It basically transcribes everything for you apart from videos. And also text that's included in images. So if you have an image and there's just one sentence or one word, it also transcribes it. And you can then be keyword searching within it. And yeah, it's great. And what it also does is that while it transcribes, it recognizes what entity it is. So it it recognizes names of cities, the names of people, and and then it basically gives you like a statistical.
Yeah. Great. Thank you. That's it.
Yannick, please.
Thank you for this very, very interesting presentation. For me, especially that network visualization were interesting. I would like to ask about this last slide. Because this I didn't understand what connections between this most popular topic are. What it mean, and I would like to ask for the because if I don't understand a few slide ago was a network visualization about people, yes,
but
about person.
No, I had only one visual. Yeah, the other visualization was about media coverage.
Okay.
So there was a different set of documents. But yeah, just to answer the first question. So what I was showing there is that in 1979, the first issue of the journal came up, and I already managed to code every single article in the first issue. And basically what the graph is showing the most prominent codes in this first issue. So the 1979 main topics, you can say, or what the movement was the most interested in. So that's sort of what it was showing. It was showing how many articles belong to each of the code, and then based on the size, that the biggest circles are the most prominent codes because the most articles sort of mention them or are somehow related to them.
Okay.
Thank you.
Any other questions, comments? Okay, so once again, thank you, Lucie. It was really inspiring for us. And
thank you for having me.
And this is the end of the first day. Probably, I'm not sure if we are able to discuss, to continue with the discussion. Probably we can leave the final discussion for tomorrow afternoon, if you agree, or if you have any comments for the both sessions. Okay. Okay.
I would like to, for anyone who did not read the chat, I put there a request that we should all share our
or suggest slides because they are all very interesting, and in many cases I would love to kind of to read, especially the graph part, which you kind of really need to dig into to understand them. I would like to kind of take my time to look at them. My heart is aroused, and I think I'm speaking on behalf of Jesse too, that this this winter adventure with the summer school have yielded so much fruit. So that's great, and I think we're like this. And here I have to put my my NEP for the set hat on. I think that this is the way to achieve a new exploratory phase in research on Samizdat. So thanks a lot.
Yes, of course, Piotr, it's a really good idea, and we will open the file probably on Google Docs, and I will send the link to all of you, and of course we can share our presentations. Yeah. So,
may I just?
Yes.
Yeah, I just actually I want to thank everybody, and I want to thank especially the Polish colleagues who just showed us this possibility how to work with our data. I think that was the initiation, and Vojta was very, very clever to say yes to this cooperation, and I think it really now brings something which we were not thinking even about that it would be someday possible. So it's just, well, sentimental sentimental ballast, but yeah, thank you.
Yeah, and you also have to say that we are starting with the programming courses too. Yeah. So that's also the huge step for us.
Yeah, next week we will know how to program the whole world.
Okay, so we are so happy that you were here, that you were being with us, and the conference doesn't end. And we will meet here on the same link tomorrow at 11, and we have 2 more sessions. So see you tomorrow, and there will be the final discussion in the tomorrow's afternoon, if it's okay for you.
Lovely.
Okay. Thank you all for everything.
Thank you.
Bye. Bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye.